Chapter 677. In the following days, Wei Qingxian started to live in the Left Star Emissary Mansion, in the same courtyard as Yi Xing. Of course, the two lived in different rooms. Although the two had confirmed their relationship, they knew that it was not the right time for them to live together. Other than sleeping, when the two of them were in different rooms, every day, the two of them would pair up and cultivate together. When Yi Xing was cultivating his archery skills, Wei Qingxian would be cultivating martial arts on the side. While cultivating, the two would also exchange their experiences. They were very happy and had a lot of fun. The news of Wei Qingxian becoming a 4-star venerable had already spread throughout the Dark Star sect. And the news of Yi Xing breaking through and coming out of seclusion had also spread throughout the Dark Star sect. All of a sudden, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian became the two most famous people in the Dark Star sect. The two were always together. Moreover, Wei Qingxian had moved into the Left Star Emissary Mansion for Yi Xing. All the martial artists in the Dark Star sect knew that the two were a couple. The two's cultivation speed was extremely monstrous. Naturally, the news of them being together had become a legend. Of course, not everyone thought that it was a legend. For example, Zhui Yupeng. Zhui Yupeng had fantasized about pursuing Wei Qingxian and making Wei Qingxian his woman. Only then would he feel proud in front of Yi Xing. However, Wei Qingxian had already become a couple with Yi Xing. This shattered Zhui Yupeng's fantasy before it could become a reality. Regarding Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian being together, Zhui Yupeng only felt jealousy and heartbreak. However, Zhui Yupeng's jealousy and heartbreak were useless. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were still together, and the story spread throughout the Dark Star sect. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already August. After 5 months of cultivation, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's cultivation bases had both stabilized to peak level 4 astral reaching realm. On this day, He Biaowang happily found Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, and said, "Let me tell you guys a piece of good news." The Black Biao King smiled mysteriously and excitedly. Yi Xing asked in surprise, "What good news is it? Why are you so happy?" Black Biao King said, "Our sect has a treasure land that is connected to the dimensional void. Every few decades or centuries, a huge amount of pure star power would pour out from the dimensional void, which is extremely beneficial for astral reaching realm warriors. Back then, the founder of the sect had established the Dark Star sect here precisely because of this treasure land. This treasure land is called the Cultivation Saint Pond." Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian looked at each other and said, "What does it have to do with us? Could it be that we can enter the Cultivation Saint Pond to cultivate?" The Black Tiger King nodded with a smile, "That's right. In order to maintain the effects of cultivation, only 10 people can enter the Cultivation Saint Pond every time the power of the stars surges out from Origin Void. These 10 people have always been the 10 strongest venerables of the younger generation. After some discussion, you and Qingxian can both enter the Cultivation Saint Pond." Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's eyes brightened. They had already reached the peak of 4-star realm, but breaking through to 5-star realm was still very difficult. It would take a lot of time. If he could enter the Cultivation Saint Pond to cultivate, then breaking through to the 5-star venerable realm would not be difficult. If the effects of the Cultivation Saint Pond were good, then he could even consolidate a lot of his cultivation after breaking through to the 5-star venerable realm. Yi Xing said, "When can we enter the Cultivation Saint Pond?" Black Biao King said, "Soon. The star power gushing out from the dimensional void will merge with the water of the Cultivation Saint Pond. It won't take more than a few days. Prepare yourselves. I'll call you when it's time." Although the Cultivation Sacred Pond was a treasured place, there were too few times when one could cultivate. The shortest time was a few decades, and the longest time was 100 years. A large amount of star force would only appear once in the dimensional void. Therefore, the majority of the disciples of the Dark Star sect would not encounter the opening of the Cultivation Saint Pond when they were in the golden stage of cultivation. Encountering the opening of the cultivation Saint Pond during the golden stage of cultivation was a great fortune that could only be encountered by chance. This time, not only Yixing and Wei Qingxian, but also 8 other venerables of the younger generation of the Dark Star sect were lucky this time. The golden stage of cultivation for venerables was under the age of 35. As a 5-star power, the Dark Star sect had a lot of people. There were many venerables of the younger generation, and the ones ranked at the top were not weak. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was an 8-star venerable lord. He was a disciple of the Zhuo family, and his name was Zhuo Yuandong. He was already 34 years old. If he had delayed for another year, this great fortune would have nothing to do with him. It had to be said that he was very lucky. Next, there were 2 7-star venerables. They were disciples of the Zhuo family and the Shimen family. The Zhuo family's young master, Zhuo Yupeng, was 31 years old. The Shimen family's Shimen Song was 34 years old. Also, there were 5 6-star venerables. One from the Zhuo family, one from the Shimen family, one from the Lin family, one from the He family, and one from the Lan family. They were all over 30 years old. As for 5-star venerables, there were naturally some as well. However, there were only 10 spots. Although Yixing and Wei Qingxian were only 4-star venerables, they were too young. One was 21 years old, and the other was 19 years old. Under the Black Biao King's nomination, the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect agreed to include Yixing and Wei Qingxian in the 10 spots. Therefore, with the addition of an 8-star venerable lord, 2 7-star venerables, and 5 6-star venerables, the 10 spots were filled. Regarding this, some of the younger 5-star venerables were dissatisfied. For example, Shimen Zhu was a 5-star venerable. He was a disciple of the Shimen family. If there were 2 spots among the 5-star venerables, he should be one. However, it was useless even if some people were dissatisfied. This matter had already been approved by the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect, and no one could change it. 5 days later, the Black Biao King found Yixing and Wei Qingxian again. He said, "The astral energy in the void dimension has stopped. It's time for the cultivation Saint Pool to open. Follow me." Yixing and Wei Qingxian followed behind the Black Biao King. Not long after, they arrived at a valley between 2 mountain ridges. Some of the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had already gathered here, as well as some of the younger generation venerables. Although they had stayed in the Dark Star sect for 5 months, Yixing and Wei Qingxian had basically been cultivating in the left emissary's residence. Even when they were cultivating their archery skills, they were only at the back mountain of the residence. Therefore, Yixing and Wei Qingxian did not know many of the younger generation venerables. However, there was no one among the younger generation venerables who did not know Yixing and Wei Qingxian. When Yixing sized up the younger generation venerables, he immediately felt a sharp gaze shooting towards him. Yixing met this gaze. It was the gaze of the young sect master, Zhuo Yupeng. Zhuo Yupeng's gaze was extremely aggressive. Yixing could feel that Zhuo Yupeng did not like him. This guy can't be holding a grudge against me because of the Dark Star Pagoda, right? That would be too petty. Yixing thought to himself. Today's monthly votes are very poor. I will continue to write the 5th and 6th chapters. Brothers, I beg for monthly votes. I beg for passion. Chapter 678. Not long after, another elder came over with 2 young venerables. Now, all 10 of them were present. The valley ahead was enveloped by a formation. The Dark Star sect's leader walked to the entrance of the formation and said, "The cultivation sacred pond is located in the depths of the valley ahead. The spring water in the cultivation sacred pond already contains a large amount of astral power. You can directly absorb it from the sacred pond to improve your cultivation. The cultivation sacred pond is divided into 10 regions. The 10 of you will each have a region. The area of each region is the same, and there is no difference in size. Once you enter, you are not allowed to fight for a spot. Do you hear me? Yixing and the others nodded at the same time. We hear you. The Dark Star sect's leader stepped aside and said, Go in. I wish you all a breakthrough in your cultivation. The entrance of the formation opened, and Yixing and the others entered the valley in a single file. After entering the formation, everyone's vision became clear. They immediately saw the cultivation sacred pond in the depths of the valley. Although it was called a pond, it was not small. It was close to 50 meters in radius. It was practically a small lake. There were stone walls in the cultivation sacred pond, dividing the entire pond into 10 fan-shaped regions. There were 10 people who entered, so there was a total of 10 regions. There was nothing to fight for. Each person could have a region. Yixing and Wei Qingxian chose 2 adjacent regions and sat down beside the cultivation sacred pond. Soon, the 10 of them chose their own regions. Zhuo Yupeng's blade-like gaze was cast over again. Yixing looked to the right and saw Zhuo Yupeng staring at him coldly from more than 10 meters away. Are you crazy? Yixing thought to himself as he glared at him fiercely. The smell of gunpowder between the two of them immediately grew stronger. When their gazes collided, there was a feeling of electricity in the air. Zhuo Yupeng snorted softly and revealed a contemptuous smile before retracting his gaze. Since the other party did not take the initiative to provoke him, Yixing naturally could not be bothered to lower himself to his level. He also retracted his gaze, restrained his distracting thoughts, and calmed his mind. Soon, everyone began to circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb the energy. The power of the stars surging from the dimensional void was affected by the formation and had nowhere to spread. Instead, it merged into the spring water of the cultivation Saint Pond, causing the spring water to be like a spiritual spring. Martial artists could directly extract the power of the stars from the spring water. If Yixing used the black hole astral form to devour the power of the stars, it would cause too much of a commotion and the devouring range would be too wide, affecting others. Therefore, Yixing only used the falling star art. After becoming a 4-star venerate, Yixing changed the 7th level of the profound rank low-grade falling star art to the 3rd level of the profound rank mid-grade falling star art. Then, he cultivated it to the 4th level. The speed at which he absorbed the power of the stars was extremely fast, comparable to that of a 7-star venerate. However, Yixing's absorption speed was not as fast as Wei Qingxian and Zhuo Yupeng's. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation technique was the divine grade minor reincarnation art. Although it was only a profound grade minor reincarnation art, it was still a divine grade minor reincarnation art. Yixing's falling star art was only a profound grade minor reincarnation art. Whether it was the strength of the stars or the speed at which they absorbed the power of the stars, Wei Qingxian was faster. As for Zhuo Yupeng, he was a 7-star venerate. Furthermore, he had cultivated his profound grade mid-grade minor reincarnation art to the 6th level, which was better than many 8-star venerates. Of course, his absorption speed was faster than Yixing's profound grade mid-grade falling star art's 4th level. At the beginning of the absorption, everyone was fine. Yixing could feel that the power of the stars he absorbed from the spring water was extremely pure. It was very effective in raising his cultivation. He felt very comfortable. Yixing judged that absorbing the power of the stars in the spring water would be more than enough for him to break through to the 5-star venerate realm. He was overjoyed. Time passed slowly. After an hour, the fluctuation of a breakthrough came from the left. Wei Qingxuan's minor reincarnation art was indeed domineering. In just an hour, she had absorbed nearly half of the power of the stars in the spring water. She was the first to break through to the 5-star venerate realm. In terms of cultivation speed, Wei Qingxian was actually faster than Yixing. In 5 months, both of them had consolidated their cultivation to the peak of the 4th level. However, Wei Qingxian was closer to the 5-star venerate realm. Now, Wei Qingxuan's speed of absorbing the spring water in the Saint Pond was faster than Yixing's. Of course, she had broken through to the 5-star Venerate realm earlier than Yixing. When Wei Qingxian broke through, everyone sensed the fluctuation of the star power. They looked at Wei Qingxian with envy. However, now that everyone was absorbing the power of the stars in the cultivation Saint Spring, the mist above the spring covered the entire cultivation Saint Spring. It was a vast expanse of white, but no one could see each other. They could only judge that Wei Qingxian had made a breakthrough based on the position of the fluctuations of the stars. For astral reaching realm warriors, it would be extremely difficult for them to increase their cultivation. Although the cultivation Saint Spring contained a lot of star power, not everyone who entered the cultivation Saint Spring would be able to make a breakthrough. After all, different cultivation levels would require different amounts of star power, and the difficulty of making a breakthrough would be different as well. About a quarter of an hour later, another surge of astral power showed up, indicating a breakthrough. The gazes of all the martial artists turned towards Yixing's location. Although they couldn't see his figure, they knew that he had also broken through to the 5th level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a 5-star venerable. Yixing felt a sense of comfort coming from his soul. His astral energy was strengthened once more, and there was a qualitative improvement. His strength had also increased by quite a bit. Yixing had only absorbed half of the star power in the pond. It seemed that after absorbing the remaining half, his cultivation would be able to consolidate to the late stage of the 5-star Venerate realm. Breaking through to the 5-star Venerate realm was Yixing's goal. Now that he had accomplished it, he could consolidate his cultivation. Yixing was very satisfied with this trip to the Saint Pond, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Time continued to pass, and Yixing continued to absorb the star power to consolidate his cultivation. Soon, another fluctuation of star power appeared. This fluctuation was extremely intense. Someone had broken through to the 7-star Venerate realm. It was a breakthrough from the mid-stage to the high stage. Yixing sensed the location of the astral power fluctuation and knew that it was He Gang who had become a 7-star High Lord. He was the most outstanding descendant of the He family. Being able to break through to the 7-star Venerate realm so quickly showed that He Gang's cultivation had already reached the limit of the 6-star Venerate realm. Therefore, he was one step ahead of the others. Feeling the others' cultivation breakthroughs one after another, Zhui Yupeng was very gloomy. He wanted to use the opportunity of the Saint Pond to break through to the 8-star Venerate realm in one go. However, his cultivation was originally at the late stage of the 7-star Venerate realm, which was too far from the 8-star Venerate realm. Now, he had almost absorbed all the star power in this area, but only managed to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 7-star Venerate realm. He was still a little bit away from becoming an 8th-star supremacy. Furthermore, according to Zhui Yupeng's estimation, he would need a large amount of star energy to break through to the 8th-star supremacy realm. The star energy in the region before him was probably not enough for him to break through. It's already early in the morning, but even if I stay up late, I will still finish the 6th update. Please vote. Chapter 679. Zhui Yupeng's eyes flashed with rage when he realized he could not break through to the 8th-star supremacy level. Zhui Yupeng looked at Yixing's pool. Yixing's absorption speed was much slower than Zhui Yupeng's. Zhui Yupeng had almost finished absorbing all the star power in his area, while Yixing had only absorbed about 60% of it. Zhui Yupeng hated Yixing to begin with. Now, when he thought about how he wouldn't be able to break through to the 8th-star Exalt Lord realm with the power of the stars in his territory, the hatred and brutality in his heart erupted at the same time. He might as well go all the way. He would snatch Yixing's astral energy and become an 8th-star supremacy. In the golden stage of cultivation, the earlier one broke through to the next level, the more potential he had. This opportunity was not to be missed. Zhui Yupeng's mind was like a demon that could not be stopped. Whoosh, Zhui Yupeng's astral energy was activated. He grabbed at the air, and a big astral hand reached out and grabbed a large amount of star power in front of Yixing. Yixing furrowed his brows. Someone was trying to snatch away the power of stars that belonged to him? Yixing did not have much time to think. Zhuo Yupeng had already reached out a second astral hand. Humph! Yixing snorted and punched out. The fist aura rushed forward. Bang! The fist aura hit the astral hand, and there was a loud explosion. Yixing's punch was not as strong as Zhuo Yupeng's astral hand. The fist aura was shattered, but the astral hand only shook. However, the astral hand shook, and the star power that the astral hand had grabbed fell. Yixing knew it was Zhuo Yupeng who had grabbed the astral hand. He was about to scold him when a strong wind blew. Boom! Zhuo Yupeng's second attempt at grabbing the power of stars had been dispersed by Yixing. Zhuo Yupeng was furious. His next attack was not to grab the power of stars in the pool. Instead, it was aimed directly at Yixing. Zhuo Yupeng not only wanted to snatch Yixing's star power, but he also wanted to hit him. This infuriated Yixing. 9 Heavens Astral Travel Technique. Yixing's figure flashed like a stream of light, and the palm landed on the ground. The entire valley shook, and the pool water surged. The rest of the martial artists were all shocked. If it were not for the fact that the cultivation Saint Pond was made of special stones and was reinforced by formations, Zhuo Yupeng's palm strike probably would have created a deep pit and destroyed the pond. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky, turning into a flaming star. The horrifying power instantly evaporated the water above the cultivation Saint Pond, opening up the vision of all the cultivators. Yixing had the fire star above his head. Fire origin energy gathered around his body, making him seem like a messenger of fire. He angrily shouted, "Zhuo Yupeng, are you looking for a beating?" Zhuo Yupeng stood up, his demeanor elegant. He said, "Yixing, your greed is insatiable. Isn't the star power in your own area enough for you to absorb? You even secretly absorbed my star power. How dare you? The one I want to hit is you." Zhuo Yupeng calmed down. He knew that he was in the wrong for snatching Yixing's star power. So, he took the initiative to throw a bucket of shit at Yixing's head. Just when Yixing was about to explode with anger, Zhuo Yupeng made things up out of nothing and wronged him first. This made Yixing even angrier. Yixing angrily shouted, "Bullshit. Not only did you steal my star power, you even hit me when I tried to stop you. Don't think you're amazing just because you're a 7-star venerable lord. In my eyes, you're just a fart. I can suppress you any time." If it was any other time, Yixing would not have said such words. However, Yixing was indeed furious. Someone had snatched your things and even hit you. Even a clay bodhisattva's anger was about to be ignited. Zhuo Yupeng sneered. "Yixing, I know you're the fiend star of chaos. You're strong, but don't be too arrogant. In the Dark Star sect, I, Zhuo Yupeng, am the young sect master. The person who will take over the position of sect master in the future will also be me. Others might take you seriously, but I, Zhuo Yupeng, don't care about you at all. You snatched my astral energy, and you even dare to say that you can suppress me? Come. Do you think I, Zhuo Yupeng, am like those trash from the Grand Yuan dynasty? Do you think I can't beat a lowly brat like you?" The others looked at Yixing and Zhuo Yupeng in surprise. Each of them had their own area, so they were surprised and puzzled that they could quarrel over such a small area. Just now, the white mist had shrouded the entire cultivation Saint Pond. Everyone had been wholeheartedly absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate. Zhuo Yupeng didn't try to grab their power of stars, so of course they didn't sense it. So now, the two people arguing were accusing each other of stealing their star power. It was as if a battle was about to erupt. This caused the other cultivators to look at each other in dismay. They didn't know who was right and who was wrong. However, there were differences between people. The other two venerables of the Zhuo family naturally believed Zhuo Yupeng's words. Their gazes at Yixing were burning with fury. "I believe in Yixing. He won't steal from others. Wei Qingxian directly expressed her opinion. Of course, she believed in Yixing and didn't believe in Zhuo Yupeng. He Gang, who had just become a 7-star venerable lord, was a disciple of the He family. Because of the Black Biao King, he naturally stood on Yixing's side. He Gang stood up and walked over to Yixing's side. He said, I also believe in Yixing, I believe in the young sect master. I also believe in the young sect master. The two venerables of the Shiman family fell silent. The two venerables of the Zhuo family also walked over to Zhuo Yupeng's side. The current situation had changed. Two venerables stood on Yixing's side, 4 on Zhuo Yupeng's side. The remaining venerables of the Lin family and Lan family looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know who was right and who was wrong. They didn't know which side to stand on. Those standing on Yixing's side were Wei Qingxian, a 5-star venerable lord, and He Gang, a 7-star venerable lord. As for those standing on Zhuo Yupeng's side, Zhuo Yuandong was an 8-star venerable lord, Shiman Song was a 7-star venerable lord, and the other two were 6-star venerables. Although Yixing was furious, he quickly calmed down and thought about it. No one had seen what had happened just now. Even if they caused a ruckus, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhuo Yupeng since they didn't have any evidence. Moreover, Zhuo Yupeng was the young sect master. The Zhuo family was the strongest in the Dark Star sect. Most likely, the Zhuo family would trust Zhuo Yupeng more than Yixing. Thus, there was no point in causing a ruckus. Although Yixing was infuriated, there was nothing he could do unless he beat Zhuo Yupeng up. But looking at the current situation, if they were to fight, it would probably be a group battle. Yixing took a deep breath. He thought to himself, I'll just treat it as stepping on dog shit. I'll just endure it. Don't tell me that if I'm unhappy after stepping on dog shit, I'll step on it again. I'll just endure it. Yixing coldly looked at Zhuo Yupeng and said, let's forget about what happened just now. I can't be bothered to lower myself to the level of a scum like you. However, there won't be a next time. If there is a next time, I won't give face to anyone, let alone you, the young sect master. I will only use my fist to greet you. It's 6 chapters again. I only need the second and last chapters on the 8th of September to make up for it. After that, I will add the monthly votes for the month of July. I want to maintain this quality and maintain 6 chapters a day. However, I need strength. Brothers, please give me a monthly vote. Thank you. Chapter 680. Yixing swallowed his anger and wanted to leave the matter at that. However, Zhuo Yupeng did not give up and said, leave it at that? You secretly absorbed my star energy and you dare to say that you're leaving it at that? Yixing raised his eyebrows and said, Zhuo Yupeng, I've already given you face. Don't be so shameless. Impudent. The Zhuo family's 8th star supremacy, Zhuo Yuandong, shouted, how dare you be so arrogant after stealing the young master's star energy? Yixing, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the demon star of chaos? Let me tell you, this is the Dark Star sect, the Zhuo family's Dark Star sect. You. 7-star supremacy He Gang interrupted Zhuo Yuandong and said, Senior brother Yuandong, you're wrong. The Dark Star sect belongs to the Zhuo family and the Dark Star sect belongs to everyone. Your words are very dangerous. Does the Zhuo family want to learn from the Meng family and conquer the world? 7-star supremacy Shiman Song smiled and said, don't change the topic. Yixing stole the young master's star energy. Let's talk about how we should deal with this matter. A look of anticipation flashed in Zhuo Yupeng's eyes. He glanced at the area with the leaf star and said, you stole my astral energy. I don't want you to pay me back. You just have to pay me back half of your astral energy. Zhuo Yupeng estimated that half of Yixing's star energy would be enough for him to break through to the 8th star supremacy realm. Huh. Yixing laughed. He calmed down and did not let anger get to his head. However, he made a decision in his heart. This laughter was very dangerous. Yi Xing stared at Zhuo Yupeng with disdain and said, "Young Master Zhuo, you look like a dog, but your heart is thousands of miles away from your appearance. Calling you a beast with a human face is overestimating you. TSK TSK. Zhuo Yupeng and the others were furious. Yi Xing didn't wait for them to speak. You stole my star force and even beat up my people. I've already tolerated it and didn't want to lower myself to your level. Yet, you just had to be so shameless. You just had to take an inch and take a mile, creating trouble out of nothing. I say, are you going to the latrine with a lantern, looking for shit?" As the young master of the Dark Star sect, when had Zhuo Yupeng ever been scolded like this? He was so angry that he jumped like thunder, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Zhuo Yupeng pointed at Yi Xing and shouted, you lowly brat, you little animal." Yi Xing interrupted him and said coldly, "I'll give you the words, little bastard. Don't think that I can't recognize your beast nature just because you're wearing a good human skin." When it came to scolding people, Zhuo Yupeng, who had always been the young cult master, couldn't compare to Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, you're courting death." 8-star High Lord Zhuo Yuandong was furious and shouted, "Without the protection of the Dark Star sect, you would have been torn into pieces by the people of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, you're insulting our young cult master. Are you still a human? You're a beast in human skin." Zhuo Yuandong's aura surged and a ray of starlight rushed out from his forehead. He was using his astrology. Looking at his furious expression, it was obvious that he wanted to attack Yi Xing. Whoosh, Zhuo Yupeng's aura also erupted. Although he was a 7-star High Lord, his aura was stronger than Zhuo Yuandong's. Whoosh, Zhuo Yupeng also used his astrology. A ray of starlight rushed into the sky and turned into the lightning astrology. It was an extreme lightning astrology. Its power was even stronger than Meng Yuanting's astrology. Zhuo Yupeng was a 3-star king. His cultivation talent was at the peak of the star continent. His fighting strength was also extremely strong. He could easily challenge those above his level. He was a true monstrous genius. Because of this, Zhuo Yupeng was unwilling to accept that Yi Xing was the demon star of chaos. In his opinion, the person who was destined to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty had to be him. Zhuo Yupeng raised his hand and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was a peak mid-grade profound artifact, the purple electric spear. Zhuo Yupeng's gaze was like a blade as he locked onto Yi Xing and shouted, "You arrogant brat. Today, I'll let you know that you're nothing in front of this young cult master. You're the one who's courting death for snatching my star energy." Shiman Song and the 2 6-star High Lords also unleashed their auras as they stared at Yi Xing. Wei Qingxian and He Gang immediately moved forward and stood on Yi Xing's left and right. Yi Xing raised his hand and stopped the two from unleashing their auras. He looked at Zhuo Yupeng with contempt and said, "Young cult master, you're so mighty. You brought so many people to attack me. Are you afraid of me to this extent? Can't you be a little more manly and fight me with your own strength?" It was impossible to settle this matter with words. They could only rely on fighting. Even if Yi Xing was reasonable, if he lost to Zhuo Yupeng, he wouldn't be able to stop Zhuo Yupeng from snatching his star energy. Therefore, he had to beat Zhuo Yupeng into submission. Only then would he know how to write the word fear. Zhuo Yupeng thought that he was extraordinary. How could he be afraid of Yi Xing? He immediately waved his hand at Zhuo Yuandong and the others and said, "What are you doing? All of you, stop. I don't need your help to deal with this wild boy. What demon star of chaos? I'll make him cry like a ghost and beg for mercy with one strike of my spear." Zhuo Yuandong and the others restrained their auras and said in unison, "Young cult master is mighty. You're invincible among the younger generation." After saying that, Zhuo Yuandong and the others retreated. Zhuo Yupeng looked at Yi Xing with a complacent expression and said, "Do you think you're so great after winning the life and death gambling match and defeating 10 middle-stage High Lords of the Meng family? Those 10 trash added up together wouldn't be enough to kill me. Even if you're a 5-star High Lord now, so what? In front of me, Zhui Yupeng, you'll still have to kneel. Yi Xing motioned for Wei Qingxian and He Gang to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Hole Constellation and Sagittarius Constellation were used at the same time, hanging high in the sky. Yi Xing raised his hand and the dark crow bow appeared in his hand. His current strength was much stronger than during the life-and-death gambling match. Even if he didn't dragon form, he wouldn't put an 8-star High Lord in his eyes. In fact, he could even contend with an ordinary 9-star High Lord. However, facing Zhui Yupeng, Yi Xing didn't dare to underestimate him. Just from Zhui Yupeng's surging lightning power, he could sense that Zhui Yupeng's strength was at least at the level of an 8-star High Lord. He might even reach the level of a 9-star High Lord. However, Yi Xing still had the divine dragon blood essence as his trump card, so he was confident. No matter how strong Zhui Yupeng was, Yi Xing wasn't afraid at all. Yi Xing's sword-like gaze locked onto Zhui Yupeng and said coldly, "Wait, I'll let you know what it means to kneel." In an instant, Yi Xing's killing intent locked onto Zhui Yupeng, and the world of darkness enveloped Zhui Yupeng in an instant. However, lightning-attributed stars had a strong resistance against the world of darkness. Although Yi Xing was already a 5-star High Lord, Zhui Yupeng's lightning-attributed star still illuminated a large area. Chapter 681. The cultivation Saint Pond was only 50 meters in radius. Including the empty space around it, the entire valley was less than 100 meters wide and 400 meters long. Outside was the restriction formation, which was as high as level 5. The entire valley was only so big. Zhui Yupeng's lightning astrology naturally illuminated the entire valley. Yi Xing's archery was best at long-range attacks. In terms of geographical environment, Yi Xing was at a disadvantage. Zhui Yupeng had a huge advantage. "Your astrology is useless against me." Zhui Yupeng chuckled. His gaze was still locked onto Yi Xing's figure. The purple electric spear in his hand pierced out. Whoosh! The astral spear flashed like lightning and instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. The spear was too fast and too powerful. The void at the tip of the spear constantly collapsed, forming a small dark void. This was the true shattering of the void. It contained a terrifying might. Only a 9th-star Venerable Lord's full-strength attack could reach the level of collapsing space. Such an attack power would cause an 8th-star Venerable Lord's strength to collapse upon contact. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. Zhui Yupeng's strength had obviously reached the 9th-star Venerable Lord level. He was at the high level of the astral realm, but he still had the strength to fight someone 2 realms above him. He was indeed monstrous. Excluding Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, who shouldn't exist in the star continent, Zhui Yupeng's ability to fight those above his level was the limit of the star continent. The most monstrous genius in history could only be compared to him. In terms of cultivation talent and fighting those above his level, he was a top existence in the star continent. A genius like Zhui Yupeng was hard to come by in the star continent in thousands of years. Zhui Yupeng's spear was fast and powerful. It looked straightforward, but Yi Xing could feel the profoundness of the spear technique. He was a spear master himself. How could he not know that Zhui Yupeng had also reached the realm of spear master, one with the weapon? Such a fast spear couldn't be avoided. Yi Xing instantly used the momentum of darkness, stirring up the darkness energy in the universe. The black bow carried a thick dark astral light as it slashed towards the purple electric astral spear. In an instant, a dark vortex appeared and enveloped the purple electric astral spear. Rip! The dark vortex was penetrated by the purple lightning spear aura and collapsed layer by layer. Yi Xing felt a terrifying force penetrating through him. Even though he was wearing a black-grade inner armor, he could still feel the sharp aura. Although the dark vortex was unable to stop the purple lightning spear, it was still able to slightly slow down Zhui Yupeng's attack speed. Technique of the 9 heavens astral travel. Yi Xing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, narrowly dodging the spear. The purple lightning spear aura missed its target and instantly pierced into the array formation behind it. A string of electric sparks splashed out, but the array formation remained unmoved. Although the power of this spear was terrifying, it was still unable to shake a level 5 array restriction. Where do you think you're going? In the first round, Yixing was forced to rely on his body to avoid the attacks. Zhuo Yupeng excitedly shouted as the purple lightning spear aura burst out and instantly attacked Yixing outside the formation. It didn't take long to absorb the power of the stars in the Saint Pond. The Black Tiger King, the Dark Star Sect's leader, and the other higher-ups of the Dark Star Sect were all waiting outside. Although Zhuo Yupeng's spear attack hadn't shaken the formation, as a formation master, Ling Daochen immediately sensed that the formation was under attack. There seems to be a battle going on inside. Someone's fighting. Ling Daochen exclaimed. Someone's fighting? What's going on? The elders were surprised. The Black Tiger King and the Dark Star Sect's leader looked at Ling Daochen at the same time. Ling Daochen said, "Let me activate the projection formation first." Soon, Ling Daochen activated the projection formation, and the scene inside the formation was projected. They saw Zhuo Yupeng wielding the purple lightning spear. Every spear strike was like a flash of lightning as he attacked Yixing in a frenzy. Yixing, on the other hand, was unable to parry Zhuo Yupeng's attacks. He could only rely on his extremely fast movement technique to dodge the attacks. The Black Tiger King became excited when he saw this. "Stop them." The Dark Star Sect's leader waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Yupeng knows what he's doing. He won't take Yixing's life. Both of them are geniuses of the present age and are proud and arrogant. It's good to let them fight. No matter who loses, they'll be able to reign in their arrogance." The Black Tiger King said, "Senior brother, you make it sound nice. If your son is the one in a difficult situation right now, can you guarantee that you'll still say the same thing?" The Dark Star Sect's leader said, "Junior brother, don't be impatient. No matter who wins, my attitude will be the same. I also want Yupeng to suffer a loss so he can reign in his arrogance. Geniuses should be proud, but they can't be too arrogant. No matter which one of them loses, it's a good thing." In truth, Yixing's fame in the Dark Star Sect was too great. Not only had the junior sect master, Zhuo Yupeng, been overshadowed by Yixing, but even the Dark Star Sect's leader felt that his fame could not compare to Yixing's. That was because everyone treated Yixing as the hero who would topple the Grand Yuan dynasty in the future. He would be the #1 expert in the world in the future. Naturally, they would praise Yixing greatly. The Dark Star Sect's leader did not receive that kind of praise. As a result, no matter how Yixing and Zhuo Yupeng fought, the Dark Star Sect's leader naturally wouldn't stop them from fighting. It was good that Zhuo Yupeng killed Yixing. As for Yixing gaining the upper hand, that was just an assumption. Right now, Yixing had already used all his trump cards and was in a difficult situation under Zhuo Yupeng's attacks. His defeat was inevitable. In the Dark Star Sect's leader's opinion, it was impossible for Yixing to turn the tables. Since the Dark Star Sect's leader didn't agree to stop their fight, the Black Biao King naturally couldn't forcefully stop them. That would be a slap to the Dark Star Sect's leader's face. The Black Biao King instructed Ling Daochen, "Be vigilant. If your life is in danger, immediately separate the two of them. Also, check the recording formation to see how they started fighting. Yixing's speed is really not bad. Yupeng is already a great spear master, and his Thunderbolt Star has greatly increased his relative speed. His spear speed is extremely fast. There aren't many 9th star venerables who can dodge Yupeng's spear attack." The Dark Star Sect's leader commented on Yixing as he watched the image projected by the projection formation. To be able to make the Dark Star Sect's leader praise Yixing, one could see that his speed was truly extraordinary. After Yixing had broken through to the 4th star venerable realm, his comprehension of wind, fire, and darkness had not fallen behind. He had always been spending time comprehending them. Among them, his wind force was the first to make progress. In the realm of one with the world, it had increased by a small level, reaching the mid-step king realm. His comprehension of wind force at the mid-step king realm was only a step away from perfection. Yixing had merged his wind force into the nine heavens divine wander art, so his speed was naturally fast. If not for that, Yixing wouldn't have been able to dodge Zhuo Yupeng's purple lightning spear. Zhuo Yupeng's purple lightning spear art was originally as fast as lightning. Adding on the fact that he was a spear grandmaster, it wasn't that easy to dodge. Chapter 682. At the cultivation sacred pool. Everyone stopped absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate. Instead, they hid at the edge of the valley and focused on the battle. Zhuo Yuandong, Shimen Song, and the others were overjoyed when they saw Yixing being defeated by Zhuo Yupeng. He Gang, who was standing beside Yixing, frowned nervously. On the other hand, Wei Qingxian was very calm. Yixing told Wei Qingxian about his achievements, including obtaining the divine dragon's blood essence in the extraterritorial star land. Therefore, Wei Qingxian knew that Yixing had a stronger trump card. Therefore, she was not worried about Yixing, ha 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 ha. Zhuo Yupeng was very excited when he saw Yixing running away from his spear. He laughed and said, "Yixing, you're only a so-so. Ha ha ha. Look, you're running away like a dog under my spear. Ha ha ha." Yixing used his Bao martial arts to block the spear while using the Nine Heavens astral travel technique to dodge. Although he looked miserable, he always managed to dodge Zhuo Yupeng's attacks. Yixing said, "Zhuo Yupeng, you're a 7-star supremacy, and I'm just a 5-star supremacy. After fighting for so long, you can't even hurt a single hair on my body. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. However, you're still smiling proudly. I really don't know where your sense of superiority and pleasure comes from. Your strength is nothing much, but your shamelessness is unparalleled." Zhuo Yupeng's smile froze. Yixing's words had hit Zhuo Yupeng's sore spot. How could he still smile? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuo Yupeng flew into a rage and roared, "Ultimate Purple Flash! Ultimate Purple Flash!" It was a killing move that Zhuo Yupeng had comprehended himself. All the power of lightning burst out in an instant, forming an extremely fast, powerful, and unstoppable killing move. Once this move was used, everything in front of it would be penetrated. Because it was too fast, even Zhuo Yupeng could not control it freely. It was very likely that he would accidentally kill someone. As it turned out, Zhuo Yupeng did not plan to use this move. However, he was so angry that he could not care less. His mind was like a demon. Stop! Outside the restriction, the Black Tiger King cried out anxiously, but before he could finish speaking, he stopped abruptly. Zhuo Yupeng's spear was too fast. The Black Biao King was worried that Yixing would lose his life under this spear, so he reminded Ling Daochen to stop the two of them and use an array to separate them. However, just as Zhuo Yupeng used the extreme purple flash, Yixing suddenly changed. Luo 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 O Luo Dragon, Luo Luo, Luo, Luo Luo Dragon, Luo Luo. In just an instant, Yixing had turned into a dragon man. This sudden change shocked everyone. The Black Tiger King also understood that Yixing still had a trump card, so he stopped shouting and did not let Ling Daois stop the fight. The ultimate purple flash was too fast. Martial artists below the king level could only see a flash of purple light, and the purple electric spear was already in front of Yixing. Such a fast move was unavoidable and unstoppable. Even a majority of 9th-star venerable lords would be pierced by this spear. Only a small number of them could block it. The purple electric light suddenly stopped in front of Yixing. Yixing's hands, which had turned into dragon claws, were pressed together in front of his chest. The tip of the purple electric spear was smacked between the two claws. The power of these two claws was shockingly strong. The purple lightning spear was instantly clamped and was unable to pierce forward even an inch. A purple aura burst out from the tip of the spear and hit Yixing. However, the dragon scales on Yixing's body were incomparably tough. When the purple lightning spear qi landed on the dragon scales, sparks flew in all directions, but Yixing was unharmed. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. They were dumbstruck, and their faces turned pale with fright. Dragonization, what kind of martial art was this? Even the kings present had never heard of such a thing. The person who was most shocked was none other than Zhuo Yupeng. He knew very well how terrifying his extreme violet flash was. However, such a terrifying move had actually been blocked by Yixing's palms. The outcome was beyond his expectations. At this moment, Yixing's body was covered in dragon scales and his palms had turned into dragon claws. Zhuo Yupeng was shocked and terrified when he saw this. At this moment, the corners of Yixing's mouth curled up into a small arc. His body leaned to the right, and with his two claws, he threw the purple electric spear to the left. Yixing's strength was so strong that the purple electric spear was pushed forward by his claws. Zhuo Yupeng grabbed the spear shaft and his body was pulled forward. Boom! As Yixing leaned to the side, his dragon tail swept out like a long whip. Zhuo Yupeng's body was pushed forward and was hit by the dragon tail. Bang! Zhuo Yupeng spat out blood and was sent flying by the dragon tail. His body flew more than 100 meters and crashed heavily into the formation. This crash made Zhuo Yupeng dizzy. He could not tell north from south. Before Zhuo Yupeng could recover his sense of direction, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes and he felt his neck tighten. Yixing appeared in front of Zhuo Yupeng in an instant and grabbed Zhuo Yupeng's neck with his dragon claws. He lifted Zhuo Yupeng up and slammed him into the ground. Zhuo Yupeng was smashed into the ground. The ground of the valley was not as sturdy as the edge of the cultivation pond. Then, Yixing dragged Zhuo Yupeng and created a deep trench. Outside the formation, the Dark Star religious leader cried out, "Yixing has gone crazy. Quick, stop him." Ling Daochen looked at the Dark Star religious leader innocently. Using the formation to separate the two of them would only work if they were not together. Now that Yixing was holding Zhuo Yupeng's neck, how could they separate? Fortunately, when the Dark Star religious leader cried out, Yixing grabbed Zhuo Yupeng from the ground and threw him far away. He shouted, "Zhuo Yupeng, tell me now, who's going to kneel?" When Ling Daochen saw Yixing throw Zhuo Yupeng away, he hurriedly controlled the formation to form a wall of light, separating Yixing and Zhuo Yupeng in two areas. Seeing his son beaten like a dead dog, the Dark Star religious leader was very pained. He cried out, "Quick, find the entrance to the formation." At this moment, the Black Tiger King's expression was relaxed as he said, "Senior brother, don't be anxious. You already said that this is a good thing. This child, Yupeng, is too arrogant. Now that he's suffered a bit and restrained his arrogance, isn't this exactly what senior brother wants? Don't worry, senior brother." The Dark Star religious leader almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At that time, he had said those words because he thought Zhuo Yupeng would definitely win. Now that Zhuo Yupeng had been defeated and thrown to the side by Yixing like a dead dog, the only thing left in the sect master's heart was worry. He was incomparably nervous. When he heard the words he had said before, he wished he could slap his own mouth. Chapter 683. The entrance to the formation was quickly opened. The Dark Star sect's leader was the first to rush in. The Black Tiger King followed closely behind, and the other higher-ups also entered the valley. At this time, Yixing had already returned to his human form. Zhuo Yupeng crawled up and sat on the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked battered and exhausted. Zhuo Yupeng was the Dark Star sect's young master. Yixing knew his limits. Although it looked like he had beaten him up badly, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yixing's goal wasn't to injure Zhuo Yupeng badly, but to teach him a lesson and let him know his own worth. "Yupeng, are you alright? The Dark Star sect's leader rushed to Zhuo Yupeng and helped him up. Zhuo Yupeng had always been arrogant, but today, he had suffered such a miserable defeat at the hands of Yixing. Now that he saw the Dark Star sect's leader and the higher-ups of the Dark Star sect, he felt ashamed. Father, Yixing has gone too far. He stole my astral energy and even injured me. You have to uphold justice for me. Although Zhuo Yupeng was ashamed, he wasn't stupid. He continued to push the blame on Yixing. He wanted to be in the right first. Although there was no proof, and the Dark Star sect's leader wouldn't believe Yixing's words, Yixing couldn't tolerate Zhuo Yupeng slandering him. Yixing said, "Sect leader, the one who stole your astral energy is Zhuo Yupeng, and the one who attacked first is also Zhuo Yupeng. He is distorting the truth and creating trouble out of nothing. Please investigate." Zhuo Yupeng had been beaten up badly by Yixing. He knew that he couldn't deal with Yixing by himself, so he could only rely on his father. The only way was to falsely accuse Yixing. As long as his father believed him, he would naturally take care of Yixing. Zhuo Yupeng was like a rooster with its feathers puffed up. He pointed at Yixing and shouted, "Bullshit. You were the one who snatched my star energy first. Now you've even injured me. My injuries are still there, and you still dare to deny it?" Just as the Dark Star sect master was about to speak, the Black Tiger King shouted, "What are you arguing about? Elder Daoist, have you investigated how they started fighting?" Zhuo Yupeng's face paled. Ling Daochen was an elder of formations. Could it be that there was a record of formations in the cultivation sacred pond? If that was really the case, then there would be a recording array to record everything. They would be able to find evidence of what had happened before. Zhuo Yupeng immediately had a bad feeling. Now, Zhuo Yupeng could only pray that the cultivation sacred pond did not record the array formation. Ling Daochen said, "Sect Master, Left Emissary, I've already investigated through the recording array. It was the young sect master who snatched Yixing's star energy first." Then, Yixing stopped him. Then, the young sect master attacked Yixing. After Yixing dodged, the two of them started arguing. After that, Yixing swallowed his anger and said that he would let it go. However, the young sect master said that he could not let it go. He wanted Yixing to compensate him with half of the remaining star energy. Yixing refused, so the two of them started fighting and ended up like this. Zhuo Yupeng's face instantly turned pale. Damn, there really was a recording array formation? The cultivation sacred pond only opened once every few decades. It had been 80 years since the last time it opened. Zhuo Yupeng was only 31 years old. How could he have known that there was a recording array formation in the cultivation sacred pond? If he had known that there was a recording array formation, Zhuo Yupeng would have suppressed his demonic thoughts and not made such a mistake. Slap. The Dark Star sect master was furious. He slapped Zhuo Yupeng's face. Zhuo Yupeng immediately vomited blood and shattered teeth. He was sent flying by the Dark Star sect master's slap. The Dark Star sect master was truly furious today. Zhuo Yupeng was a monstrous genius, and he had always been very satisfied with him. But today, he realized that his son's temperament was lacking. Not only did he steal someone else's things, he even wanted to hit someone. How could there be such logic in this world? The Dark Star sect master felt that he had lost all face. The higher his expectations for Zhuo Yupeng, the greater his disappointment. His heart was dripping blood. Zhuo Yupeng crashed into the distance and vomited blood once more. The injury Yixing had inflicted on him just now was not as great as this slap from the Dark Star sect master. Zhuo Yupeng's status in the Dark Star sect was all because his father was the Dark Star sect master. Now that his father had given him such a heavy slap, he was completely stunned. The Dark Star sect master said angrily, "You bastard, you've disappointed me too much. I'll punish you to go to the reflection room and reflect on your actions for 3 months. Reflect on your actions." After saying that, the Dark Star sect master waved his sleeves and walked out of the valley. In order to prevent the cultivation Saint Pond's astral power from leaking out, the array formation's entrance was opened and closed at will. Ling Daochen hurriedly followed the Dark Star sect master and opened the array formation's entrance. The Black Biao King glanced at Zhuo Yupeng in the distance. Then, he gave Yixing a look of affirmation. He waved at the upper echelons and said, "Let's go out first and let them continue cultivating." Soon, the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect left the valley. Only the first 10 young venerables were left in the cultivation Saint Pond. Young Sect Master. Young Sect Master, how are you? Zhuo Yuandong, Shimen Song, and the others hurriedly ran to Zhuo Yupeng's side. Although Zhuo Yupeng had been taught a lesson by the Dark Star sect master and was punished to go to the reflection room, the Dark Star sect master only had one son. He had always been very important to the Dark Star sect master. Moreover, Zhuo Yupeng was indeed a genius. The position of sect master would definitely fall on Zhuo Yupeng in the future. Therefore, the younger generation of the Zhuo clan and Shimen clan naturally continued to rely on Zhuo Yupeng. Zhuo Yupeng spat out a mouthful of blood and fiercely punched the ground. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. However, he no longer dared to look at Yixing. The battle just now had already shown that he, Zhuo Yupeng, was not a match for Yixing. He no longer had the qualifications to challenge Yixing. At least not now. The Dark Star sect's action surprised Yixing. He thought that even if the Dark Star sect master knew the truth, he would still protect Zhuo Yupeng and not punish him. However, he didn't expect the Dark Star sect master to be so fair. Yixing somewhat understood why the Black Tiger King, who was the strongest in the Dark Star sect, didn't want the position of Dark Star sect master. He was also very respectful to the Dark Star sect master. It seemed that the Dark Star sect master was indeed a very competent sect master. He didn't seek personal gains for the Zhuo clan, and handled things fairly. Yixing looked at Wei Qingxian. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then, they returned to the pool and sat down to cultivate. He Gang and the Lin and Lan clan elders also returned to their seats. Although Zhuo Yuandong, Shimen Song, and the others were very dissatisfied with Yixing, they didn't dare to provoke Yixing. So, they all returned to their seats and continued to cultivate. Soon, someone else made a breakthrough. It was the 6th-star master of the Lan family, becoming a 7th-star master. It seemed like he had consolidated his 6th-level astral reaching realm cultivation base quite well. After that, no one else made a breakthrough. After absorbing all the star power in the pool, Yixing's cultivation had already consolidated to the late 5th level, and Wei Qingxian had even consolidated to the peak of the 5th level. Author's note: I will continue to update 6 times today. No matter how late I work, I will finish it. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 684. After leaving the cultivation Saint Pond, Zhuo Yupeng was brought to the reflection room by the law enforcers to receive his punishment. Yixing and Wei Qingxian returned to the Left Star emissary's mansion. After breaking through to the 5th level of astral reaching realm, falling star incantation, worldly momentum, man-weapon union, and other aspects would all reach a higher level. In the following period of time, Yixing and Wei Qingxian once again immersed themselves in cultivation. Time flew by like water. 1 month later, Yixing's mid-rank mystic realm falling star technique had broken through to the 5th level. 2 months later, Yixing's Tao of archery had improved by a small level in the realm of one with the weapon, reaching the 2nd stage. 3 months later, in the Fire Magma Cave of the Dark Star sect. The Fire Magma Cave was one of the best places in the Dark Star sect. Cultivating fire-attributed martial arts and comprehending fire-attributed aura could be done in the Fire Magma Cave. Fire Yuan Qi gathered around Yixing. His whole body was burning with a faint layer of flame. The power of the condensed flame was gradually increasing. Who? All of a sudden, the surrounding Fire Yuan Qi went berserk. The power of Yi Xing's flame suddenly increased by another level. The surrounding fire yuan qi started to revolve around Yi Xing, turning into a huge flame whirlpool. The power of the flame was horrifying. After about 10 breaths, the surrounding fire yuan qi calmed down. The flame outside Yi Xing's body gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Yi Xing stood up. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. Fire-attributed aura has also reached the level of a mid-step king. It is only 1 step away from completion. Wind and fire are on par. Only the darkness-attributed aura is still at the level of a low-step king. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. He was very satisfied with his understanding of the aura. Shoo! Yi Xing's body moved and the vital qi of fire gathered beneath his feet. He rode on the fire and moved at lightning speed. Soon, he was out of the fire-lava cave and headed for the left emissary's residence. As soon as Yi Xing arrived outside the mansion of Hua left emissary, he felt a strong wave of star power coming from the mansion. The qi of the stars in the void was all gathering towards a certain place in the mansion. Qingshuan's cultivation has broken through to the 6 stars Martial Highness realm. Yi Xing's eyes glittered. He quickened his pace and rushed into the residence. Yi Xing arrived at the courtyard where the 2 of them were staying. The astral yuan qi in the air had already calmed down. Wei Qingxian had stopped her cultivation, and the aura of a 6-star venerable emanated from her body. As expected, her cultivation had broken through. In the cultivation Saint Pond, Wei Qingxian had consolidated her cultivation to the peak of the 5th astral reaching realm, while Yi Xing had only consolidated his cultivation to the late stage of the 5th astral reaching realm. It seemed that the 2 of them were only a small step apart, but in reality, the gap between them was not small. Wei Qingxian had only used 3 months to break through to the 6 stars Martial Highness realm, while Yi Xing had only just consolidated his cultivation to the peak of the 5th astral reaching realm. In another 3 months, he might not be able to break through. In terms of cultivation talent, Wei Qingxian was a purple fate, which was much higher than Yi Xing's. She was only a small step ahead of Yi Xing, so she had broken through a few months earlier than Yi Xing. Yi Xing's cultivation speed had always been fast. On one hand, it was because he was always able to devour high-level heavenly fates. On the other hand, it was also because of all kinds of opportunities. On the other hand, Wei Qingshuan's cultivation speed was so fast mainly because of her cultivation talent. A purple fate was a true god's fate, and her talent was too frightening. Staying in the Dark Star sect is indeed safe, but I also lack experience and adventure. I won't be able to obtain any opportunities. If this continues, my cultivation speed won't be as fast as Qingshuan's, and my cultivation will fall further and further behind her. Yi Xing thought to himself, somewhat rueful. Right now, he felt like a flower in a greenhouse. The Dark Star sect was protecting him, but it had also cut off a lot of his opportunities. A strong feeling arose in Yi Xing's heart. He really wanted to leave the Dark Star sect and go out adventuring. The next day, Yi Xing found the Black Tiger King and proposed his idea. No. The Black Tiger King rejected Yi Xing's idea. Yi Xing argued, "Brother Heibiao, I think I need to gain more experience. Cultivating so steadily is too slow. Moreover, it's like a flower in a greenhouse. It will wear down one's willpower and will." Slow? When you returned to the Dark Star sect in the 2nd month, you were already a 3-star venerable. The year hasn't even ended yet, and you're already a 5-star venerable. How is this slow? The Black Tiger King's eyes widened in shock. If other geniuses knew that Yi Xing was still complaining about his cultivation speed being too slow, they would probably buy a block of tofu and kill themselves. Yi Xing said, "I feel that I can't catch up to Qingshuan's footsteps. She's already a 6-star venerable, but I'm still far away from breaking through." The Black Tiger King blinked his eyes. Comparing Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing, in one sentence, there was no such thing as the most monstrous, only more monstrous. Yi Xing's cultivation speed was definitely unprecedented in the Star Continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was number one in all of history. However, compared to Wei Qingxian, he paled in comparison. The title of number one in all of history had to exclude Wei Qingxian, or else it wouldn't live up to its name. The Black Tiger King sighed, and said, "There's always someone better than you. It's not a big deal that someone's cultivation speed is faster than you. Besides, there's no one else who's faster than you aside from Qingxian. There's no one who can even be compared to you. Why do you have to compare yourself to Qingxian?" Yi Xing thought to himself, what's the point of comparing myself to others? I can't catch up to Qingxian in terms of cultivation, so how can I be worthy of her in the future? How can I get the approval of her venerable one father? Of course, Yi Xing could only say this in his heart. Wei Qingxian being the daughter of a venerable one was a secret of Wei Qingxian. She could share it with Yi Xing, but Yi Xing couldn't tell anyone else. Yi Xing thought for a while, and said, "If I continue to cultivate peacefully, I feel that my cultivation speed will become slower and slower. My passion for cultivation will also slowly be obliterated. This doesn't match my temperament. I like to roam the world freely and explore all sorts of places. Even if I encounter danger, I won't hesitate. Experiencing danger should also be a part of cultivation." It wasn't that the Black Tiger King didn't understand the logic of Yi Xing's words, but Yi Xing was just too important. Once Yi Xing left the Dark Star sect and the Grand Yuan dynasty found out, they would definitely hunt down Yi Xing. They wouldn't rest until they eliminated Yi Xing. The Black Tiger King thought for a while, and said, "You're right. It's hard for a flower in a greenhouse to become something great. However, your safety is just too important. I can't let you take any risks. How about this? Once you have the power to protect yourself, I'll allow you to leave the Dark Star sect." Yi Xing said, "What do you mean by having the power to protect myself?" The Black Tiger King said, "If the Grand Yuan dynasty finds out about you, they'll definitely send kings to hunt you down. At the very least, you can escape from kings. Only then can you have the power to protect yourself. At that time, you'll be able to roam the world as you please." Yi Xing's eyes shone with fighting spirit. Being able to escape from kings wasn't too difficult for him. Chapter 685. If Yi Xing used all of his trump cards, it would be hard for him to find a match among the reverends. Even if it were those ranked on the reverend list, Yi Xing wouldn't be afraid. Although the strength of a 9-star reverend was far from that of a king, it was just escaping. With Yi Xing's comprehension of wind momentum, it shouldn't be too hard for him to defeat a king. Of course, Yi Xing was only a 5-star reverend. His cultivation base was too far away from that of a king. If he broke through to the 6th or 7th level of astral reaching realm, Yi Xing could try to find a king from the Dark Star sect and see if he could escape. Yi Xing could wait until his cultivation base broke through 1 or 2 levels. With a goal in mind, Yi Xing's cultivation mood was stirred up again. With a good mood, his qi would flow smoothly, and his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Another month passed by. It was now December of the 10,006th year of Dayuan calendar. Seeing that the year was about to end, a hair-raising matter happened in the Star Continent. Star Continent, North Underworld Continent, Extreme North. The land was covered in ice and snow as a white figure flew across the sky. If Yi Xing were here, he would definitely recognize that the woman flying in the sky was the Extreme Ice Empire's Reverend Leng Yu. The Beigong family was a great reverend family in the Extreme Ice Empire. There were 2 mid-level reverends in the family, and more than 10 low-level reverends. It was a famous super family in the Extreme Ice Empire. The Beigong family was located at the northern edge of the Extreme Ice Empire. The family's inheritance was ice and snow martial arts, and they had been living in the land of ice and snow for several thousand years. They were almost as old as the Extreme Ice Empire. For several thousand years, the Beigong family stood aloof from worldly affairs. Apart from sending a few disciples to the Ice Pole sect in each generation, they rarely interacted with the outside world. However, today, the Ice Pole sect received an urgent request for help from the Beigong family. The Ice Pole sect wanted to go to the Beigong family's rescue through the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array of the Beigong family didn't respond. Thus, Reverend Leng Yu used the teleportation array and arrived at the extreme north of the extreme Ice Empire, rushing towards the Beigong family. Not long after, Lord Leng Yu arrived outside the Beigong clan. The Beigong clan, which had more than 1,000 members, was silent. No one came out to welcome him. Furthermore, the spirit formation that had once enveloped the Beigong clan no longer existed. There was something strange about this place, and a dangerous aura could be felt. Lord Leng Yu took out a middle-grade mystic weapon and circulated her astral energy. She was on high alert as she snuck into the Beigong clan's mansion. There was not a single person in the courtyard outside. It was dead silent. It was only when she entered the inner court that High Lord Leng Yu saw corpses all over the ground. No, perhaps they couldn't be called corpses, because these corpses no longer had any flesh and blood. Only bones were left, and then a layer of human skin was draped over them. They looked extremely terrifying, and it would be more appropriate to call them human skin skeletons. What was even more terrifying than a single, skin skeleton, was a pile of skin skeletons. In front of Lord Leng Yu, the entire inner court was filled with skin skeletons. Moreover, these skin skeletons were lined up neatly in rows. It was obvious that someone had purposely moved them here. There was no doubt that these were the martial artists of the Beigong clan. It was unknown whether they had turned into skin skeletons after their flesh and blood had been sucked dry, or if they had been moved here first and turned into skin skeletons after their flesh and blood had been sucked dry. This question was no longer important. Lord Leng Yu's hair stood on end as she sensed a terrifying threat. Her heart pounded violently. Lord Leng Yu immediately turned around and saw a green-furred humanoid monster at the corner of the wall outside the courtyard. Its eyes were glowing with green light as it stared at her. The terrifying threat came from this green-furred humanoid monster. Right now, Lord Leng Yu should be worried about her own safety. Lord Leng Yu held the middle-grade mystic weapon in her hand tightly. Swoosh! Starlight shot up into the sky. She had used her astrology to gather the essence of heaven and earth around her body. She circulated her astral energy and maintained her strength at its peak. Lord Leng Yu could feel that this green-furred humanoid monster would be a horrifying enemy. She had to use all of her strength. However, when Lord Leng Yu raised her strength to its peak, her expression changed. She saw that in the opposite corner, behind the roof, behind the trees, one after another, green-furred humanoid monsters walked out. Their eyes were all shining with green light as they stared at Lord Leng Yu. 7th level astral reaching realm. Very good food. The green-furred humanoid monster that appeared first spoke in human language. Who? As soon as this green-furred humanoid monster finished speaking, its body flashed and jumped toward Lord Leng Yu. High Lord Leng Yu was horrified. Her mid-grade Xian sword shot out a resplendent astral light. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Her sword was covered in white frost as it dodged the green-furred humanoid monster. Dang! When the sword struck the green-furred humanoid monster, a crisp sound rang out. The green-furred humanoid monster only dropped a few strands of green fur, and a shallow mark appeared on its body. Not even its skin was broken. The full-power attack of a 7-star High Lord could not even break its skin. This defense was too powerful. The green-furred humanoid monster did not care about Lord Leng Yu's sword at all. It took it head-on, and the claws under its long green hair stabbed forward like sharp blades. Its speed was like lightning. Lord Leng Yu's great sword had not yet been pulled back when the latter's claws had already broken through her protective astral layer and pierced into her chest. Her heart shattered instantly. Lord Lengyu opened her eyes wide, full of fear. She had never thought that she, a 7-star High Lord, would die like this. The green-furred humanoid monster jumped forward, pushing Lord Lengyu to the ground. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 long green teeth, and bit into her neck. Lord Lengyu's body started to wither, as if all of her flesh and blood had been sucked out. Soon, only a skeleton and a layer of skin were left. Until her death, Lord Lengyu did not even manage to spread the news. 3 days later, the imperial capital of the Extreme Ice Empire was attacked by a group of green-furred humanoids. There were only a few survivors, and the upper echelons of the Extreme Ice sect were all wiped out. The Extreme Ice Empire no longer existed. According to the martial artists who had escaped from the Extreme Ice Emperor's capital, a group of terrifying green-furred monsters had attacked the Extreme Ice Emperor's capital. Their bodies were invulnerable, and they could devour human flesh and blood. The martial artists they killed had been sucked into their flesh and blood, and their bodies had turned into skeletons. As the news spread, panic covered the entire northern tranquil continent. The Northern Wind Empire, which was next to the Extreme Ice Empire, was the first to receive the news. They immediately sent people to the Great Yuan Dynasty through a level 5 teleportation array. The Great Yuan Dynasty immediately sent kings to the northern tranquil continent to find the green-furred humanoids. It's already the 3rd day of the 6th update. Brothers, please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 686. The fall of a high-rank empire was definitely a huge event that shook the entire star continent. Not long after, the strange incident in the northern nether continent had spread throughout the 5 continents. A monster that could destroy an empire and turn martial artists into human skeletons was simply too terrifying. For a time, all the martial artists were in a state of panic. Fortunately, although these green-furred monsters were powerful, they were not as strong as kings. Under the pursuit of kings, the green-furred monsters of the northern underworld continent gradually disappeared. However, the wounds left behind by the green-furred monsters were deeply imprinted in every martial artist's heart. In the northern underworld continent, not only was the Extreme Ice Empire destroyed, but many middle and low-rank empires were also massacred by the green-furred monsters. The 12th month of the year 10006 of the Dayuan calendar was a tragic period in human history. The tragedy of the northern underworld continent would be recorded in history and passed down as a warning to future generations. The Dark Star sect's control over the northern underworld continent was very weak, but they still received news of the northern underworld continent a few days later. Now that the end of the year was approaching, the Dark Star sect also sent a team of kings to the northern underworld continent to hunt down the green-furred monsters. Soon, it was the year 10007 of the Dayuan calendar, and Yixing was already 22 years old. The Dark Star sect's king team returned from the northern underworld continent with news of the green-furred monsters. Left emissaries' residence. The Black Biao King came to Yixing and Wei Qingshuan's residence, and the 3 sat down in the courtyard. The Black Biao King said, "The king team of our sect that went to the northern underworld continent has returned. They finally understood what those green-furred monsters were and where they came from. The green-furred monsters could suck martial artists dry and were the public enemy of the human race." After Yixing received the news, he had been paying attention to the news of the northern underworld continent. Yixing asked, "What is it?" The Black Biao King said, "In the history of the Star Continent, there have been green-furred monsters invading before. However, the most recent one was 13,000 years ago, so very few martial artists know about it. Our Dark Star sect has only been established for 1,000 years, so we don't know about this matter." The king team that went to the northern underworld continent asked some ancient families with long histories and found out that these green-furred monsters came from the Sea of Black Prison in the extreme north of the Star Continent. It is said that the space in the depths of the Sea of Abyss Prison is very unstable. Spatial cracks will often appear, and sometimes, the spatial cracks will connect to another world. These green-furred monsters came from another world. In the Star Continent, there were countless martial arts families. Some of the martial arts families might not be very powerful, but they had a long history. Some of the ancient families had a history of more than 10,000 years, even older than the Great Yuan dynasty. Some of them had a history of more than 10,000 years and had gone through several dynasties. These ancient aristocratic families were the most knowledgeable about the history of the Star Land. Their family's history had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Although they mainly recorded their family's history, they would also record some of the major events in human history. The green-furred monsters had invaded for far too long a time, over 10,000 years. It was normal for some martial arts influences that had existed for thousands or even thousands of years to not have heard of them. From another world? Yixing frowned and said, "That is to say, we still don't know what these green-furred monsters are. What's the situation in the northern nether region? Have these green-furred monsters been killed?" The Black Biao King shook his head and said, "These green-furred monsters are very sensitive to the aura of human martial artists. They can distinguish the cultivation of human martial artists. When a king appears, they will know from far away and flee. The number of green-furred monsters killed by a king is very small, and most of them have fled back to the Sea of Abyss prison. They can come out at any time to bring disaster to the world. To humans, this is a great hidden danger." Yixing said, "Then let's kill our way into the Sea of Abyss prison and find them all. If we don't eliminate them all, once they come out, how many humans will suffer?" The Black Biao King said, "The Sea of Abyss prison has chaotic space. It is a forbidden zone for kings. Only when the space inside is destroyed can kings enter. However, the destruction of space is not a good thing. This means that the spatial cracks in the depths of the Sea of Abyss prison are large enough to allow king-level existences to pass through. Then, the invading foreign races will not be at the same level as the green-furred monsters. According to an ancient family with tens of thousands of years of history, there is a type of green-furred monster that is much stronger than the green-furred monsters. Its strength is equivalent to a king. If a green-furred monster invades, even a king could be sucked into a human skeleton. 100,000 years ago, there was a green-furred monster that invaded and swept through the entire star continent. Even kings fell one after another. In the end, a god descended and expelled the green-furred monsters, allowing the star continent to be controlled by humans again. Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire star continent's humans were massacred, and even kings were not spared. What kind of tragic situation was that? It was simply the end of the world. Yixing said, "Then what do we do? We can't let the green-furred monsters hide in the Sea of Abyss prison forever, right? Kings can't always be waiting outside the Sea of Abyss prison. Moreover, since the Sea of Abyss prison is called a sea, its area should not be small. There are only so many kings, so how can we defend it?" The Black Biao King nodded and said, "Of course we can't defend it. Therefore, it is necessary to eliminate these green-furred monsters. The chaotic space of the Sea of Abyss prison is like a huge net. A king's strength is too strong. Once they use their strength, they will surpass the holes of the net and be trapped by the net. Like a fish in a net, they will be unable to escape and will be imprisoned forever. This is the origin of the Sea of Abyss prison's name. However, even if a venerable's strength explodes to the limit, it will not surpass the holes of the net. Just like how a small fish can shuttle through a large net, a venerable can also attack at will in the Sea of Abyss prison. Therefore, any matter of entering the Sea of Abyss prison to kill the green-furred monsters can only be done by venerables. However, ordinary venerables will die when facing the green-furred monsters. At the very least, one needs to be a venerable lord to contend against them. To kill the green-furred monsters, even venerable lords have to form a team. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger." Yixing's expression changed, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Since kings can't enter the Sea of Abyss prison, then I can also enter to kill the green-furred monsters?" The Black Biao King nodded, "Yes, you can. Moreover, there is a benefit to killing the green-furred monsters. Although they have a human form, their body structure is different from humans. They don't have internal organs, and their heart is a corpse jade, which is the source of their strength. Yixing was astonished. Corpse jade? The Black Biao King said, correct, it is a corpse jade. It is no different from the corpse jade of the Sky Corpse mountain range, but of a higher grade. The corpse jade inside the green-furred monsters is very useful for astral reaching realm venerables. If you can kill more of them in the Sea of Abyss prison, the corpse jade you obtain will be a cultivation treasure. Chapter 687. Corpse jades were good things for warriors. In the Sky Corpse mountain range, most of the corpse jades were spirit level. There were very few profound level corpse jades, and they were all in the deepest part of the Sky Corpse mountain range. And there were corpse kings in the Sky Corpse mountain range. Even kings didn't dare to fight with corpse kings in the Sky Corpse mountain range. Therefore, it was basically impossible to obtain a profound level corpse jade in the Sky Corpse mountain range. However, there were corpse jades in the bodies of these green-furred monsters. This world was really big, and nothing was too strange. The green-furred monsters sucked the humans they killed into skeletons. Obviously, it was because human flesh was useful to them. And the corpse jades in the bodies of the green-furred monsters were also great treasures for human warriors. With the existence of benefits, whether it was the green-furred monsters against the humans or the humans against the green-furred monsters, they all wanted to kill them quickly. These were natural enemies. As long as they met, they would fight to the death. Because of the corpse jades, even if the green-furred monsters hid in the Sea of Black prison and didn't come out, human warriors would still think of ways to kill them. Therefore, the venerables going to the Sea of Black prison weren't limited to the Dark Star sect. The Great Yuan dynasty would also send venerables. The sooner they went to the Sea of Black prison to hunt the green-furred monsters, the better. The Dark Star sect only used one day to arrange the people going, and ordered them to set off for the Sea of Black prison the next morning. After the Black Biao King left, Wei Qingxian frowned and said, I think I know what these green-furred monsters are. Yixing was looking forward to going to the Sea of Black prison to kill. Hearing Wei Qingxuan's words, he quickly asked, what are they? Wei Qingxian said, they should be undead creatures from the world of death. In my previous life, I read about them in the reincarnation palace. They have corpse jades in their bodies. They are lifeless objects. Only by breaking or taking out their corpse jades will they lose their source of power and truly die. Otherwise, no matter how heavy their injuries are, they will still be able to fight. Their favorite food is the flesh of living creatures, which can help them increase their rank and strength. Yixing said in surprise, World of Death. Undead creatures? This was the first time Yixing had heard of this. Wei Qingxian nodded and said, all living things are divided into yin and yang, and the world is also divided into two sides, life and death, formed by the world of life and the world of death. The world where human beings, demon beasts, and other races lived was the world of life. The world where dead spirits lived was the world of death. The two worlds of life and death were the two sides of the whole world. Under normal circumstances, the life and death realms would not be connected. However, there was always a possibility. Sometimes, an unstable space would create a passage connecting the life and death realms. The spatial crack in the Sea of Abyss prison should be such a situation. Theoretically speaking, every starry sky continent in the world of life had a place where living beings lived. On the other side, there was the world of death where dead souls lived. The world of life was full of vigor and vitality, while the world of death was lifeless and barren. Therefore, once a space passage connected to the world of life appeared, the dead spirits of the world of death would be attracted by the aura of the world of life and invade it. According to the records of the Reincarnation Palace, there were very few starry sky continents connected to the world of death, 1 in 10,000. It seems that the starry sky continent is the 1 in 10,000 starry sky continents connected to the world of death. Yixing was speechless and shrugged his shoulders. The starry sky continents connected to the world of death were 1 in 10,000. He had encountered such a 1 in 10,000 starry sky continents as soon as he had crossed over. His luck was really excellent. He did not know whether it was excellent or terrible. Glancing at Wei Qingxian in front of him, Yi Xing had an answer in his heart. Of course, his luck was excellent. If he had not crossed over to the starry sky continent, how could he have met Wei Qingxian? Wei Qingxian paused for a moment, then continued, the dead spirits of the world of death, martial arts are divided into 8 ranks, corresponding to the 8 realms of warriors. They don't have titles like martial saint, Taoist, venerable, and so on. They also don't have star vortex realm, star gang realm, astral reaching realm, and so on. They are divided into ranks 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 8th rank. Apart from the differences in strength, the different ranks of dead spirits also have different colors. From rank 1 to 8, they are respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. Green-haired dead spirits are equivalent to venerables, cyan-haired dead spirits are equivalent to kings. Rank 8 black-haired dead spirits are as powerful as supremes. Fortunately, this time it was only the green-haired dead spirits that invaded. If it was the green-haired dead spirits, the starry sky continent would have been finished, and the 5 continents would have been slaughtered. The dead spirits were actually so terrifying that they could even be compared to supremes. Yi Xing was very shocked when he heard this. Yi Xing nodded repeatedly, and said, it is indeed very fortunate. Brother He Biao just said that the green-haired dead spirits invaded once 100,000 years ago, and the entire starry sky continent was plunged into misery and suffering. It was only when the gods descended that the starry sky continent was saved. Presumably, even if the green-haired dead spirits were eliminated, the starry sky continent would need a very long time to recover. The dead spirits killed living creatures and directly devoured their flesh and blood. It's too frightening. Wei Qingxian said, that's for sure. However, the gods that can come to the starry sky continent are at least true gods. Quasi-gods can't travel through the void between different starry sky continents. The starry sky continent is only an ordinary low-level continent, and certainly won't be noticed by true gods. I'm afraid that true gods only came a long time after the green-haired dead spirits invaded the starry sky continent. Who knows how many humans of the starry sky continent fell in that great calamity? Yi Xing clenched his fists, and said, whether it is for the corpse jade or for the hatred of humans, when we go to the ocean of black prison this time, we must exterminate all the dead spirits. Yi Xing's eyes emitted an intense battle intent. Going to the ocean of black prison to gain experience and engage in a life-and-death battle with the dead spirits made Yi Xing excited. His long-dormant blood was somewhat restless. The next day, early in the morning, the Black Biao King brought Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian to the Dark Star Palace. Many martial artists were gathered in the palace. Apart from the upper echelons of kings, they were all high lords. Yi Xing estimated that there were exactly 100 people including himself and Wei Qingxian. Among these 100 people, there were 5 half-step kings, 12 9-star high lords, 29 8-star high lords, and 52 7-star high lords. These high lords accounted for at least 70% of the Dark Star sect's high lords. Among 5-star powers, kings were the upper echelons, while high lords were the backbone. The Dark Star sect had mobilized 70% of their high lords in one go. It could be said that they had invested a lot. Exterminating the green-haired undead spirit was one of the main reasons, but it was also for the corpse jade on the green-haired undead spirit's corpse jade. Soon, the 100 people were divided into 10 small teams. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were naturally in the same team. There were 2 9-star high lords in the team, and the captain was a half-step king. It was a powerful team, and also a kind of protection for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. 6 updates for 3 days in a row. Brothers, your monthly votes aren't very enthusiastic. You're still hovering around the top 100. What a tragedy. Let me rest for today. I'll continue tomorrow with 6 updates. Monthly votes, please rise up. When can you charge into the top 100? Chapter 688. Green-furred monsters rarely travel alone. They like to travel in groups. After you enter the Sea of Black prison, be careful. Don't be too far apart from each other. If there's a situation, contact each other. Before leaving, the Dark Star sect master instructed. Right now, the Great Yuan dynasty's focus was on the green-furred undead that had invaded the Star Continent. A large number of kings were hunting down the green-furred undead that continued to stay in the North Underworld continent. On this trip to the Sea of Black prison, they had to pass through the North Underworld continent and might encounter the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the sovereigns heading to the Sea of Black prison had to be escorted by kings. The Dark Star sect master and the Black Biao king were among them. The Dark Star sect naturally had a hidden teleportation array in the North Underworld continent. Using the rank 5 teleportation array, they directly arrived at the North Underworld continent. Then, using the teleportation array in the North Underworld continent, they arrived at the extreme north of the North Underworld continent. The group continued to fly towards the Sea of Black prison. The Star Continent was extremely vast with no end in sight. The northernmost part of the northern nether continent was a gigantic icy plain. However, past this plain was a black ocean with a chaotic space. The black water was filled with a strange aura. Normally, although martial artists below the king level could enter the Sea of Black prison, no martial artist was willing to enter. It was practically a forbidden area. However, this forbidden area was now bustling with activity because of the green-furred undead. The sovereigns of the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect arrived at the Sea of Black prison one after another. Even some sovereigns of high-rank empires were dispatched. They formed teams and ventured into the Sea of Black prison, wanting to obtain corpse jades. Corpse jades contained the purest star energy and could directly increase a martial artist's cultivation. Some martial artists who had exhausted their potential could no longer make progress through normal cultivation. However, they could continue to increase their cultivation through corpse jades. Whether it was a 7-star sovereign advancing to an 8-star sovereign or an 8-star sovereign advancing to a 9-star sovereign, their strength and status would greatly increase. There was no sovereign who didn't desire a mystic corpse jade. Be careful in the Sea of Black prison. Safety is the priority. Also, pay attention to the Great Yuan dynasty's team. Be careful of them attacking you in the Sea of Black prison. At the edge of the Sea of Black prison, the Black Biao king warned Yixing nodded. The Dark Star religious leader stood in front of the group of venerables and said loudly, after entering the Sea of Black prison, listen to the orders of the captains and don't act on your own accord. The corpse jades that you obtain will be kept by the captains. 2/3 of the corpse jades will be distributed according to the merits, while the rest will be handed over to the Internal Affairs Hall as resources of the religious leader. The Dark Star religion master nodded in satisfaction and said, the purpose of entering the Sea of Darkness prison is to kill the green-furred monsters. If you encounter a team of other martial artists, you are not allowed to attack them. If you encounter a team of the Great Yuan dynasty, you are to avoid them as much as possible. However, if you are unable to avoid them and they take the initiative to attack, there is no need to fear them. Yes. The Dark Star sect master waved his hand. Go in. Under the leadership of the various captains, the 10 teams entered the Sea of Abyss prison one after another, and then dispersed. The seawater below the Sea of Abyss prison was as black as ink. It was incomparably dark and emitted an extremely cold aura. Normal water should have been frozen long ago. However, there wasn't the slightest sign of it. Looking at the surging black water, everyone instinctively chose to stay away. They flew 100 meters above the void, looking for land. The black seawater didn't just look scary, it was indeed very harmful to martial artists. This was because the seawater contained a dense death qi. If martial artists entered it, they would be invaded by the death qi. Even kings wouldn't be able to last for long. Astral reaching realm sovereigns could only hold on for 30 breaths of time. After 30 breaths of time, the death chi in their bodies would exceed their life force. Their life force would be destroyed, and they would die immediately. Since the black water was so dangerous, the sovereigns naturally didn't dare to get too close. Yixing's team flew forward for several hundred miles before they saw land. "Leader, there's land ahead." An 8-star sovereign cheered excitedly. In the sea of black prison, the pitch-black water made people feel uneasy. So, the appearance of land naturally made them happy. Moreover, those green-furred undead spirits should be hiding on the various islands of the sea of black prison. There was a possibility of finding them. Soon, Yixing's team arrived on the island. According to their visual estimation, the island was dozens of li long and wide. It wasn't small, and could hide a lot of green-furred undead spirits. The 10 people in the team searched the island in twos. The sovereigns had already opened their martial Dao heavenly eyes. Apart from Yixing and Wei Qingxian, the rest of the team were sovereigns. The martial Dao heavenly eyes' observation power was very sharp. It didn't take long for them to search the entire island. There wasn't any trace of green-furred undead spirits. Entering the sea of black prison was to kill the green-furred undead spirits. Each team was very powerful. With such ample preparations, the sovereigns naturally weren't afraid of the green-furred undead spirits' counterattack. In their eyes, as long as they encountered a green-furred undead spirit, it would be the same as obtaining a corpse jade. Therefore, the sovereigns were very disappointed that they couldn't find any green-furred undead spirits on the island. Team leader Zhuo Zhenghai flew into the sky and retracted his gaze from the island. He said, "Maybe this place is too close to the sea. If we go deeper, we'll definitely find green-furred monsters and obtain corpse jades." The sovereigns nodded. With Zhuo Zhenghai at the front, the team continued to go deeper into the sea of black prison. Yixing and Wei Qingxian followed. Just as Yixing's team left, a green-furred undead spirit walked out of the black water at a certain beach on the island. The green-furred undead spirit's eyes bloomed with green light. It glanced at Yixing's team, then with a splash, it jumped back into the black water and disappeared. The sea of black prison's water was rich with death chi. It was extremely terrifying for martial artists, but for undead spirits from the world of death, it wasn't dangerous at all. They could enter and leave as they wished. Therefore, it was impossible to find a green-furred undead spirit in the sea of black prison. Unless, the green-furred undead spirit came to them on its own. Above the black water, Yixing, who was flying at the back of the team, looked back. He had a feeling that he was being watched. Yixing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and used the eye of azure cloud at the same time. He looked into the distance and could clearly see everything within 100 miles. However, he didn't find anything suspicious. Zhuo Zhenghai contacted the nearby team leaders and learned that the nearby teams had also discovered the island. However, the results were the same. They didn't find any trace of the green-furred undead spirit. Chapter 689. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Yixing entered the Sea of Darkness prison. In this half a month, Yixing's team had encountered a High Lord team from a high-rank empire once and a High Lord team from the Dayuan dynasty twice. However, they had not encountered the green-furred undead even once. The High Lord teams from high-rank empires naturally did not dare to provoke the Dark Star sect's team. As for the Dayuan dynasty's team, they only had a little verbal conflict. Although the Dayuan dynasty's team recognized Yixing and knew that Yixing was someone that the Supreme King, Meng Tai, had ordered to kill, Yixing's team was too strong. They did not dare to act rashly. After all, this was the Sea of Darkness prison. There were many green-furred undead lurking in the Sea of Darkness. These were the real enemies. If they did not have the confidence to defeat Yixing's team, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. In that case, the green-furred undead would be the ones to benefit, and they would all be turned into human-skinned skeletons. In half a month's time, they had already traveled tens of thousands of miles into the Sea of Darkness prison. However, they had not encountered a single green-furred undead. This caused the ambitious and excited High Lords to feel very disappointed. They had long since lost their initial excitement. On the 16th day, although the morale of Yi Xing's team was low, they still searched for the green-furred undead as usual. They had found a new island. This was a large island with a circumference of several hundred miles. However, it was of no use. In the past half a month, they had even searched large islands with a circumference of several thousand miles. However, they still found nothing. Therefore, this large island with a circumference of several hundred miles did not pique their interest. The 10 of them split into 5 teams and searched separately. However, something unexpected happened this time. Assemble. After searching for less than 10 breaths, Captain Zhuo Zhenghai suddenly yelled, "Let's go." Something happened? The High Lord's eyes lit up. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian also glanced at Zhuo Zhenghai and quickly rushed over. Zhuo Zhenghai shouted, "Team 10 is being attacked by green-furred monsters. Come with me to rescue them." Zhuo Zhenghai's mystic grade mid-grade flight wings spread open behind him as he quickly flew to the left. Hearing that they had been attacked, the High Lords weren't worried at all. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised. After half a month, they could finally have a big fight with the green-furred monster. Everyone had mystic grade flight wings on their bodies, ranging from low-grade to mid-grade. When they flew at full speed, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 10 li. The 10th squad that was attacked was the weakest of the Dark Star Sect squads. Of the 10 squads of the Dark Star Sect, one was stronger than the other, and the other was weaker. The first squad was the strongest, so it was the closest to the 10th squad. Yi Xing and the others quickly left the island and flew above the sea. After flying for over 200 li, they opened their martial eyes and finally saw the 10th squad that was over 100 li away. The 10th squad was not located on the island, but in the sky above the sea. One after another, the green-haired undead rose from the Black Sea and attacked the members of the 10th squad. These green-haired undead were all High Lords, and some were even comparable to High Lords. Even though the members of the 10th squad were all High Lords, if they were slightly careless, they would be caught by the green-haired undead and dragged into the sea. From afar, Yi Xing saw a 7-star High Lord being caught by 2 green-haired undead and falling into the pitch-black sea below. The odds were against him. Whoosh! The captain of the 10th squad, a 9-star High Lord, released a dazzling starlight that formed a barrier around him. He rushed down with the High Lord that had fallen into the sea. With a loud rumble, a 100-meter-tall wave rose from the sea as a huge collision occurred under the sea. In the next instant, the 9-star High Lord rushed out of the pitch-black sea, holding the 7-star High Lord that had been dragged down by the green-haired undead. Fortunately, the 9-star High Lord had saved him. Otherwise, the 7-star High Lord would have died without a doubt. However, even though he had been saved, 2 bloody holes had appeared on the 7-star High Lord's neck. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was scared half to death. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In Yi Xing's squad, those with mid-grade mystic grade flight wings erupted with their maximum speed as they rushed toward the 10th squad. Yi Xing was also among them. Plop plop, these green-haired undead were aware that Yi Xing and the others were rushing over. As soon as Yi Xing and the others approached, they fell into the Black Sea one by one. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhuo Zhenghai shouted. Astral energy formed a dazzling barrier around him as he rushed into the pitch-black sea. Although the sea was filled with death energy and a High Lord's life would be in danger if they stayed in it for 30 breaths of time, it wouldn't be a problem if they only went down for a few breaths of time. The 2 9-star High Lords in the squad were also bold. They also protected themselves with astral energy and locked onto their targets with their martial Dao heavenly eyes as they rushed into the sea. As for the 8-star High Lords, they didn't have the courage. Their strength would be reduced underwater, and the green-haired undead might drag them into the sea and kill them. Plop! With a 4th splash, Yixing followed the 2 9-star High Lords and rushed into the sea. His body instantly transformed into dragon form, and he wasn't any weaker than a 9-star High Lord. Rumble, the sea shook, and waves surged into the sky. Intense collisions occurred under the sea. When the captain of the 10th squad had entered the sea, the collisions only lasted for an instant before he rescued the 7-star High Lord and rushed out. However, this time, the collisions lasted for a few breaths of time. Previously, the green-haired undead were attacking from above the sea. The captain of the 10th squad had beaten back 2 of the green-haired undead and rescued the 7-star High Lord. However, there were now a large number of green-haired undead in the sea, and Yixing and the others were surrounded as soon as they entered the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 3 breaths of time, 2 figures rushed out of the pitch-black sea, one in front and one behind. Each of them had a green-haired undead in their astral hands. One was half-step King Zhuo Zhenghai, while the other was shining with golden light and covered in dragon scales. It was Yixing. Subsequently, the 2 9-star High Lords also rushed out of the sea. However, they didn't have anything in their hands. Originally, they each had a green-haired undead, but they were soon surrounded and almost lost their lives. They could only give up on the green-haired undead and rush out themselves. The High Lords didn't find it strange that Zhuo Zhenghai could catch a green-haired undead because he was a half-step king, the strongest expert under the kings of the Dark Star sect. However, Yixing was also able to catch one, which shocked the High Lords. The sea was still rippling, and it wouldn't calm down for a while. However, the High Lords opened their martial Dao heavenly eyes and searched under the sea, but they couldn't find any trace of the green-haired undead. They had already escaped. Plop! Plop! The corpses of the 2 green-haired undead fell into the sea. Zhuo Zhenghai and Yixing each had a corpse jade in their hands. There was a small island a few dozen li away. The members of the 1st and 10th squads quickly arrived at the island. Chapter 690. The corpse jade in Yixing's hand was a profound grade 3 corpse jade, a profound grade low-grade corpse jade. It was useful for a 5-star venerable's cultivation. However, Yixing's astral energy was far superior to venerables of the same cultivation level. The corpse jade he needed was at least of the same level as a 7-star venerable lord's. It had to be profound grade 4 or above. If it was a profound grade 4 corpse jade, Yixing would have to make a breakthrough first. After becoming a 6-star venerable, his strength would increase again. In the Sea of Darkness prison, the stronger he was, the better. However, this corpse jade was only a profound grade 3 corpse jade. Yixing directly handed it to Zhuo Zhenghai. Zhuo Zhenghai did not accept it. He said in surprise, "This is the corpse jade you obtained after risking your life by rushing into the sea. It's different from the corpse jade obtained by everyone working together. You can keep it for yourself." Zhuo Zhenghai glanced at the others and said, "You all know what happened just now. Do you have any objections?" The supremacies shook their heads. The pitch-black sea was terrifying. There were a large number of green-furred undead below. How dangerous would it be to rush in? It was like tying one's head to one's waist. If everyone had killed the green-furred undead together, no matter who obtained the corpse jade, they would have to hand it over first. However, under the circumstances just now, they could keep the corpse jade they obtained. Yixing took back the corpse jade and said, "I need a profound grade 4 corpse jade or above to make a breakthrough. This one is useless. Since it's useless, I might as well hand it over. I've received benefits from the Dark Star sect, so I should make some contributions." Of course, Yixing did not say these words. Zhuo Zhenghai also obtained a corpse jade. Since he could keep the corpse jade he obtained, if Yixing handed it over, wouldn't Zhuo Zhenghai have to hand it over as well? Otherwise, how could he not feel embarrassed? Yixing naturally wouldn't do something that would put him in a difficult position. Zhuo Zhenghai was a carefree person. When he heard Yixing's words, he took out the corpse jade he had just obtained and tossed it to Yixing. Zhuo Zhenghai said, "The corpse jade I obtained is of the profound grade 4th stage. If it's effective for your cultivation, then take it and cultivate for now. If you can achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation, then you'll be safer in the Sea of Abyss prison." Yixing took over the corpse jade, and his impression of Zhuo Zhenghai greatly improved. He said, "Many thanks, I will definitely return you an even better one in the future. I will cultivate here and try to break through to the 6th level of astral reaching realm. I hope everyone can protect me." Zhuo Zhenghai nodded and said, "No problem, but the death qi in the corpse jade is very dense, so don't absorb it too quickly." Yixing nodded and sat down in an empty area on the island. He took out the rank 4 profound grade corpse jade and prepared to break through to the 6th level of the astral reaching realm. Wei Qingxian sat down on the seat closest to Yixing, protecting Yixing. "Senior brother Zhenghai, many thanks." At this moment, the captain of the first squad, Lin Nansheng, had already stabilized the injuries of the injured 7-star Venerable Lord and came over to express his gratitude. Zhuo Zhenghai glanced at the injured 7-star Venerable Lord and said, "Junior brother Yuanqiu's injuries are not serious, right?" Lin Nansheng said, "His injuries have been stabilized, but he was too frightened and fainted for a moment. He should be fine when he wakes up." Then, Lin Nansheng's tone changed, "I didn't expect these green-furred monsters to be so cunning. They suddenly attacked us in the sea and caught us off guard." Zhuo Zhenghai nodded and said, "Now I know why we couldn't find any traces of those green-furred monsters after searching for half a month. It seems like they are hiding in the sea. If they don't come to us on their own, we won't be able to find them for the rest of our lives." Lin Nansheng said, "What should we do? The seawater of the Sea of Abyss prison is very harmful to human cultivators. We can't stay in the sea for too long. There's nothing we can do if they hide in the sea." Zhuo Zhenghai thought for a moment and said, "All 10 of you are venerable lords and are very powerful, but the green-furred monsters still attacked you. This shows that they want to kill us just as much as we want to kill them. We want their corpse jades, and they want our flesh and blood. The reason they didn't attack us for half a month is because they know we are powerful. Even so, they still couldn't help but attack us. Although only a small portion of them attacked us, it shows that they can't wait any longer. Therefore, if we give them enough temptation, I believe they won't be able to resist coming out." Lin Nansheng said, "How?" Zhuo Zhenghai said, "Aren't they afraid because we are too powerful? We can pretend to be weak and split up a small portion of our forces to lure them out. Then, we can trap them with a formation. After that, our main force will rush over and kill them." Lin Nansheng's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. However, Lin Nansheng immediately shook his head and said, "Although this is a good idea, won't the people in charge of luring them be in danger? These green-furred monsters kill too quickly. Once they bite someone, their flesh and blood will be sucked dry in just a few dozen breaths. Moreover, they don't even have to wait for their flesh and blood to be sucked dry before they die. I think even a venerable lord can only last 10 breaths if they are bitten. After that, they will definitely die." Zhuo Zhenghai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If the bait was too strong, the green-furred undead might not show up. If the bait was too weak, they might not be able to survive under the attacks of the green-furred undead. If the green-furred undead swarmed over, apart from 9th-star Venerable Lords, 7th-star Venerable Lords and 8th-star Venerable Lords would probably die in a breath or two. However, if a 9th-star Venerable Lord was used as bait, the green-furred undead would be able to sense the cultivator's cultivation and might not show up. Zhuo Zhenghai's gaze swept across everyone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His gaze fell on Yixing. Zhuo Zhenghai said, "If we're talking about bait, Yixing is the best choice. His cultivation isn't high, but he's strong enough. Lin Nancheng glanced at Yixing and said, Senior brother Zhenghai, Yixing is indeed a good choice, but he's a fiend star in a time of chaos. Lord Left Star Emissary has repeatedly told us to ensure his safety. What if something happens to him if he takes the risk? No, no, no. Zhuo Zhenghai frowned. He was also slightly troubled. But if we want to act as bait, only a prodigy with a high cultivation base and powerful abilities like him is the most suitable candidate. Aside from Yixing, the only other candidate is the young cult master. However, the young cult master isn't in either of our teams. Lin Nancheng was shocked. He said, You're really daring. If it's not Yixing, the fiend star in a time of chaos, then it's the young lord. No matter which one of them goes wrong, can we take responsibility? We'll be in serious trouble. Zhuo Zhenghai shrugged and said, This won't work, that won't work. I don't have a choice. I'd like to be the bait myself, but if I just stand there, those damn green-furred monsters won't dare to come out. Chapter 691. Just as Lin Nancheng and Zhuo Zhenghai were discussing, a sudden surge of star power rippled. Star yuan qi from all directions converged towards a certain part of the island. The Supremes looked over and saw that the star yuan qi was pouring into Yixing's body. For a moment, there was too much star yuan qi, and it couldn't pour into Yixing's body at the same time. Thus, it started to circulate outside of Yixing's body, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool. The Supremes were astonished. Yixing's cultivation had actually broken through the 6th level of astral reaching realm, becoming a 6-star Supreme so quickly. The star power in the profound grade 4 corpse jade was indeed pure and extremely dense. Seeing that there was hope for him to break through to the 6th level of astral reaching realm, Yixing immediately broke through to the 6th level of astral reaching realm. At this moment, there were faintly discernible black lines on Yixing's face. This was the death qi in the corpse jade. Although the star power in the corpse jade was pure, there was also a lot of death qi. After breaking through to the 6-star Supremes, Yixing hurriedly put away the corpse jade. He was afraid that if he continued to absorb, there would be too much death qi in his body. If it exceeded his vitality, it would cause great damage to his vitality, and he might even lose his life. Having just broken through to the 6-star Supremes, and with the help of the corpse jade, Yixing's cultivation wasn't stable. He hurriedly took out a few remaining eternity flowers and consumed them to stabilize his cultivation. At this moment, the Supremes were discussing spiritedly. It was as if a pot had exploded, and all of them were exclaiming in admiration. After Wei Qingxian, Yixing also broke through to the 6-star Supremes. This cultivation speed shocked the Supremes. After breaking through to the 6-star Supremes, Yixing cultivated for another hour or so before opening his eyes. His cultivation had finally stabilized at the early stage of the 6th level of astral reaching realm. Wei Qingxian looked over and faintly smiled at Yixing. There was no need for words, all her emotions were in her eyes. Zhuo Zhenghai quickly walked over and said, Yixing, I thought that with the profound grade 4 corpse jade, you would need 3 to 5 days to break through. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. You must have absorbed a lot of energy, right? It's too risky. Zhuo Zhenghai was shocked when he saw the faintly discernible black threads on Yixing's face. Yixing said, I know what I'm doing. I can take this bit of death energy, so I broke through in one go. This way, I'll be stronger and I'll be able to kill more green-furred monsters. Yixing couldn't mention the name, undead, to anyone else. These were Wei Qingxuan's secrets, and couldn't be exposed. Therefore, Yixing, like everyone else, called these undead creatures green-furred monsters. Zhuo Zhenghai said, That's good. We've already thought of a way to deal with the green-furred monster. Now that you've completed your cultivation, we can carry out the plan. Yixing asked, Do you want to use people as bait to lure these green-furred monsters out? And then kill them on land? Zhuo Zhenghai smiled faintly and said, That's right. It seems like you've thought of it too. I plan to use a 9th star Venerable Lord as bait and see if I can lure those green-furred monsters out. Sigh. Yixing waved his hand and said, the green-furred monsters can sense a martial artist's cultivation, and they're very cunning. There's a group of Venerable Lords nearby, and a 9th star Venerable Lord definitely won't be able to lure them out. Why don't I be the bait? They'll definitely show themselves when they see that I'm only a 6th star Venerable. Before Zhuo Zhenghai could say anything, Lin Nanxing shook his head and said, no, you're the fiend star in troubled times. We can't let you take the risk. Yixing smiled and said, risk? I don't think it's a risk. Unless there's a king among the green-furred monsters, they won't be able to hurt me. When Yixing was a 5th star Venerable, he could already defeat a 9th star Venerable Lord when he transformed into his dragon form. However, that wasn't his limit. He hadn't even used the Dragon Clan's martial arts. Now that Yixing was a 6th star Venerable and had used all his trump cards, even he wasn't sure how strong he was. However, he didn't fear anyone below the king level. Zhuo Zhenghai glanced at Yixing in surprise and said, are you really that confident? Even a 9th star Venerable Lord would be in danger when facing so many green-furred monsters. Unless you're a half-step king, you won't be qualified to say that they won't be able to hurt you. Yixing looked at Zhuo Zhenghai and smiled. The confidence in his eyes said everything. Zhuo Zhenghai's eyes lit up. He trusted Yixing's judgment very much. He said, in that case, you can be the bait. There's no problem at all. Lin Nanxing was still a little worried. He said, what if there's a problem? We can't afford it. Yixing patted his chest and said, don't worry, there won't be a problem. Wei Qingxian walked over and looked at Yixing. She said, I'll go with you. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. The Venerable Lords were surprised and looked at each other. Just how strong was Yixing? They had seen with their own eyes how he was able to kill the green-furred monsters in the sea. Judging from Wei Qingxuan's tone, it seemed that her strength wasn't inferior to Yixing's. This was too shocking. Wei Qingxian rarely fought. The Dark Star sect's martial artists only knew that her cultivation speed was extremely fast and that she was even more monstrous than Yixing. However, they never knew how strong her battle prowess was. Yixing shook his head and patted Wei Qingxuan's shoulder. He said, the less of a threat the bait poses to the green-furred monsters, the more likely they'll come out. I'm the most suitable person for this. Qingxian, stay with them. Once I've trapped them, you can come over together. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Wei Qingxian pursed her lips and nodded under Yixing's gaze. Yixing looked at Zhuo Zhenghai and said, it's easy for me to lure the green-furred monsters out, but it'll be difficult to keep them here. I'll need a powerful formation. Do you have a complete level 4 formation disc? A complete level 4 formation disc could trap a Venerable Lord. If the green-furred monsters escaped, Yixing wouldn't be able to keep many of them. Therefore, he had to rely on a formation. Once trapped, the green-furred monsters would have nowhere to run. When the Venerable Lords arrived, they would be able to kill them all. Zhuo Zhenghai took out a formation disc and said, every team has prepared a complete level 4 formation disc. Here. Yixing took the formation disc and quickly refined it. He said, the formation might not be able to trap the green-furred monsters for long. If they break out of the formation and escape into the sea, it'll be difficult to catch them. Therefore, we have to lure them away from the shore. This island is too small and unsuitable. I think the island we saw just now is just right. You guys wait here. I'll go to the center of the island first. If the green-furred monsters see me alone and there are no other martial artists nearby, they'll definitely come to the island to kill me. Once I've trapped them, I'll send you guys a message. You guys can go after receiving our message. Lin Nanxing didn't know how far this island was from the island Yixing mentioned, but Zhuo Zhenghai knew. He said, we're at least 300 kilometers away from the island. Isn't that a little too far? Yi Xing chuckled. It won't take you long to get here from this distance. I can handle it. Besides, if there aren't many green-furred monsters, I might be able to kill them all by myself. Brothers, the fourth update is here. Where are the monthly votes? Chapter 692. Although Lin Nanxing didn't want Yi Xing to take the risk alone, Yi Xing convinced Zhuo Zhenghai to go to the island he had discovered earlier. Yi Xing flew a few hundred meters above the sea and soon arrived at the island he had discovered earlier. He flew to the center of the island before landing. The island was like a small continent. Even if Yi Xing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and looked into the distance, he couldn't see the edge of the island from the center of the island. At the center of the island was a boundless mountain range. Yi Xing found a relatively flat valley in the mountain range and sat down cross-legged. He released his cultivation aura and quietly waited for the green-haired undead to come to his death on his own initiative. Yi Xing was alone within a few hundred miles. Moreover, Yi Xing deliberately released his cultivation aura. The nearby green-haired undead could naturally sense Yi Xing's aura. He was just a 6-star venerable. Many green-haired undead, whose strength was equivalent to a supremacy's, thought that they could suck Yi Xing dry by themselves. Of course, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The green-haired undead hidden in the sea sensed Yi Xing's aura. They were like sharks that smelled blood and gathered at Yi Xing's location. Not long after, some green-haired undead came to the island where Yi Xing was. Moreover, it wasn't just one team of green-haired undead. Green-haired undead walked out of the sea from the east and west of the island. There were about 20 green-haired undead in the west. Although most of them were venerables, there were a few that were equivalent to a supremacy. One of the teams was the one that had attacked the 10th squad. 2 of the green-furred undead had been killed. This team of green-furred undead remembered Yi Xing's aura, and their green eyes flashed with a tyrannical light. The green-haired undead were very fast. They had the ability to fly and soon arrived at the center of the island. Yi Xing was constantly sensing the surroundings. He naturally knew that many green-haired undead had arrived. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The team of green-furred undead from the east was the first to arrive. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, Yi Xing, a 6-star venerable, was all alone in the center of the island. This surprised the green-haired undead. The green-furred undead were also very crafty. Not all of them rushed forward. Each of them had a leader with strength equivalent to a 9th-star High Lord. With a wave of his hand, a green-furred undead with strength equivalent to a 7th-star High Lord rushed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing immediately stood up and the mid-grade profound weapon, Ardent Flame Profound Spear, appeared in his hand. The bodies of the green-furred undead spirits were extremely sturdy. One had to use a sharp weapon to break open their bodies and dig out the corpse jade within. If he were to use archery, the arrows would have sufficient penetrative power, but they would not be flexible enough. It would be easy to shatter the corpse jade, but it would not be possible to shoot the corpse jade out. But with a spear in his hand, he could simply stab and flick the corpse jade out. Of course, Yi Xing in his dragon form could also use his sharp dragon claws to break open the bodies of the green-furred undead and grab the corpse jade. But from the start, Yi Xing didn't want to display too heaven-defying strength. He didn't want these green-furred undead to be scared away before they even approached. Whoosh, the green-furred undead with strength equivalent to a 7th-star High Lord was extremely fast. Like a beam of light, they rushed towards Yi Xing. They relied on their bodies being as sturdy as a profound weapon and their strength being formidable. They didn't have much skill in their attacks and simply charged forwards. Towards martial artists weaker than them, they were extremely effective. They simply couldn't resist and would be crushed in the blink of an eye, sucking their flesh and blood dry. But Yi Xing's strength was far greater than a 7th-star High Lord's. Even though Yi Xing didn't use astrology, just as a spear grandmaster, the power of his spear was not something that a 7th-star High Lord could compare with. Bang! The Ardent Flame's profound spear lashed out. The green-furred undead that was rushing over was struck head-on and fell to the ground. If it were a 7th-star High Lord, Yixing's spear would have been able to severely injure them. But, the green-furred undead was completely fine after being struck by the spear. It quickly crawled up and leaped away like a bolt of lightning. Its green eyes stared at Yixing from afar with some dread. In the distance, the green-furred undead leader that was equivalent to a 9th-star High Lord saw this and waved his hand. 2 more green-furred undead rushed out. They were even stronger than the previous one, having the strength of an 8th-star High Lord. Whoosh! Whoosh! The green-furred undead that was equivalent to an 8th-star High Lord was even faster and stronger. Clang! Clang! The ardent flame's profound spear danced and blocked the 2 green-furred undead. Yixing's spear technique was extremely profound and profound. Although the 2 green-furred undead were fast enough, they were still hit by the ardent flame's profound spear. It was easy to block the 2 green-furred undead by using Spearman Unity, but it was impossible to send them flying. In an instant, the 2 green-furred undead rushed over again. The ardent flame's profound spear was pulled out and 2 more green-furred undead were blocked. The leader that was equivalent to a 9th-star High Lord saw this and confirmed that besides Yixing, there were no other martial artists hiding. With a wave of his hand, he led all the green-furred undead to charge forward. Black Hole Astrology. Flame Astrology. 2 beams of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing had used 2 astrology at the same time. The flame astrology caused Yixing's strength to soar. The black hole astrology descended and a world of darkness enveloped the surroundings. The world of death was incomparably gloomy. The undead were a natural dark race, so the world of darkness couldn't affect them. However, Yixing's senses were much more sensitive in the world of darkness. He could see everything around him more clearly than he could see with his eyes. Even if the entire group of green-furred undead rushed over, and there were existences equivalent to 9th-star High Lords among them, Yixing still managed to block all the attacks with the ardent flame's profound spear. All the green-furred undead were secretly shocked. A 6th-star High Lord actually possessed such formidable strength. This was the first time they had encountered such a monstrous human. At this time, the Western Undead team had also arrived at the center of the island. This team of undead knew that Yixing was strong, no weaker than a 9th-star High Lord. Seeing that Yixing wasn't at a disadvantage against a group of green-furred undead, the newly arrived leader of the undead team waved his arm and led the rest of the green-furred undead to rush forwards. In an instant, the number of green-furred undead that besieged Yixing reached nearly 40. Among them, 2 were equivalent to 9th-star High Lords and 4 were equivalent to 8th-star High Lords. Even if Yixing's ardent flame's profound spear constantly danced in the air, displaying profound spear skills, it was still difficult for him to resist the siege of so many green-furred undead. It's time. Yixing's thoughts stirred and he summoned an array disc. The large success 4th-level array disc was instantly activated, forming a light shield that covered an area of 1,000 feet, covering all the green-furred undead within. As the green-furred undead spirits saw the sudden appearance of this array formation, they were startled. They could recognize that this was a human array formation, something they feared the most. If they were trapped here and the main force of human martial artists arrived, they would become turtles in a jar. We must immediately kill this human and break this array disc as soon as possible. All the green-furred undead only had one thought in their minds. Their attacks became crazed. Chapter 693. The green-furred undead went berserk, becoming stronger and faster. Their strength multiplied. Yixing felt the strain. The ardent flame profound spear in his hand was nearly sent flying. Divine Dragon Blood Essence, activate. With a thought, Yixing bloomed with golden light. His body was covered in golden dragon scales and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. The sharpness of the dragon claws was even greater than the ardent flame profound spear. Yixing put away the ardent flame profound spear and grabbed a green-furred undead with his left hand. His right dragon claw swiped at the undead's chest. The sharp dragon claw directly pierced the green-furred undead's chest. In the next moment, a corpse jade was dug out. The green light in the undead's eyes faded and it died. While killing the green-furred undead, Yixing used the speed-transmitting bead to send a message to Zhuo Zhenghai and the others. The divine dragon blood essence was too terrifying for Yixing. Yixing felt that with his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult to tear apart a 9th-star Venerable Lord. The two undead leaders, who were equivalent to 9th-star Venerable Lords, joined forces. They attacked from the front and back. Bang! Bang! Yixing's two dragon claws struck out like lightning. Before the attacks of the two undead leaders could land on Yixing, they were sent flying by Yixing. Then, Yixing's figure flashed and turned into a golden light, dodging the attacks of the green-furred undead. In the next moment, Yixing appeared in front of a green-furred undead. Puff! The dragon claw was like a sharp blade, cutting open the undead's chest. The corpse jade was pulled out by Yixing and another green-furred undead died. Yixing was too strong. Even if no one came to support him, he could kill this group of green-furred undead by himself. The array formation's light barrier enveloped this space. These green-furred undead had nowhere to run. Only now did the two undead leaders realize how terrifying Yixing's strength was. He was much stronger than them. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were no match for him. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be annihilated. They looked at each other and attacked at the same time. However, they didn't attack Yixing. Instead, they attacked the array formation's light shield. They all had the strength of a 9th-star Venerable Lord. If they attacked with all their strength, even a greater success Tier 4 formation wouldn't be able to trap them for long. Yixing naturally knew that the two undead leaders were the most destructive to the light shield. With a flash of golden light, he attacked the two undead leaders. Before the two undead leaders could touch the light shield, they were blown away by Yixing. One of them even had his chest ripped open by Yixing's claw. His corpse jade was almost pulled out. He was scared out of his wits. With a flash of golden light, Yixing charged forward again with the speed of a ghost. How could the two undead leaders still care about attacking the array formation? They dodged and attacked Yixing with the other green-furred undead. There were too many green-furred undead. They attacked from all directions. Their nails were also very sharp. Yixing didn't dare to ignore their attacks. His figure flickered as he dodged most of the attacks. When he couldn't dodge some of the attacks, he waved his dragon claw and struck out like lightning, sending his opponents flying. Then, he stabbed a green-furred undead in the chest and pulled out a corpse jade. Another green-furred undead was killed. When Wei Qingxian, Zhuo Zhenghai, and the others arrived, the green-furred undead were still unable to break through the array formation's light shield under Yixing's attacks. On the contrary, nearly half of the 40 green-furred undead were dead. They lay motionless on the ground. Their corpse jade had already been taken away by Yixing. The high lords who rushed over all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were still worried about Yixing's safety, but they didn't expect Yixing to be so powerful. The green-furred undead here were twice as many as the ones that attacked the 10th squad, but Yixing killed them all by himself. While the supremacies were shocked, their eyes were filled with excitement. This time around, they were going to reap a huge harvest. Kill! The High Lords roared in unison. They all had array talismans that matched the array disc, so they weren't affected by the array formation's light shield. They directly rushed into the array formation's light shield. The green-furred undead were already in a sorry state after being killed by Yixing. Now that the 1st and 10th squads had arrived, they were completely defeated. One after another, the corpse jade in their chests was forcibly dug out, and they died one after another. This time, they could at least harvest dozens of profound-level corpse jades. It was a huge harvest. Everyone was intoxicated with excitement and joy. No one noticed that in a canyon behind a mountain peak, a huge black shadow drilled out from the ground. The black shadow flew out of the canyon and landed on the peak of a nearby mountain. Its upper body was on the peak, but its tail was still at the foot of the mountain. The black shadow was like a python, but it had 4 legs and a right horn on its head. It was actually a black flood dragon. This mountain peak was more than 200 meters high. From this, it seemed that this black flood dragon was nearly 1,000 feet long. The black flood dragon opened its 2 basket-like eyes and looked down at the humans and undead fighting in the valley below. The black flood dragon's gaze focused on Yixing, who had transformed into his dragon form. Its basket-like eyes burst out with excitement. Dragon bloodline, the black flood dragon spat out an excited voice. Its body suddenly rushed down and reached out to grab Yixing. Just as the black flood dragon's gaze focused on Yixing, Yixing felt its gaze. He looked up and was shocked to see the black flood dragon descending from the sky. "Be careful!" Yixing shouted. Boom! The black flood dragon's huge claws grabbed the light shield of the formation, causing a loud explosion. Crack crack, the light shield of the formation instantly cracked. The flood dragon's claws continued to descend and directly destroyed the light shield. The power of a single blow was enough to destroy the light shield of a large success stage. What kind of strength was this? It was almost equivalent to a strike from a king. Everyone was shocked. Yixing could feel that the black flood dragon's target was him. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and flew several miles away from the others to avoid being accidentally injured by the black flood dragon. Divine dragon's blood, the heavens bless this flood dragon, I can evolve into a dragon. The black flood dragon's gaze followed Yixing's figure as it let out an excited cry. Rip, the void shattered. The black flood dragon was as fast as lightning as it rushed toward Yixing. Once again, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at Yixing's head. In the valley, all the Supremes were shocked. Zhuo Zhenghai said in shock, "Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, a Dark Abyss Flood Dragon that likes to live in places with death chi. Heavens, why is there a Dark Abyss Flood Dragon here? It's almost a demonic beast king. How terrifying is its strength." As soon as Zhuo Zhenghai's voice fell, Yixing's dragon claws clenched into a fist and collided with the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's huge claws. Yixing had used the dragon race's martial arts for this punch, and its power was fully unleashed. Even among half-step kings, there were very few who could block this punch. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yixing was instantly sent flying. His body fiercely crashed into a mountain several miles away. All the Supremes' hearts skipped a beat, and their faces turned pale. It's the 6th watch again. Brothers, where are your monthly tickets? Chapter 694. Yixing. Wei Qingxian cried out in alarm. She turned into a streak of light and flew toward the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Miss Qingxian, don't. Zhuo Zhenghai cried out in alarm, trying to stop Wei Qingxian. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was a half-step demon king, and its strength was only a sliver away from being on par with a king. It was much stronger than a half-step king. Wei Qingxian and Yixing were both 6-star supremacies. Even with Yixing's heaven-defying strength, he was sent flying by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's claw. Zhuo Zhenghai didn't believe that Wei Qingxian could help. In Zhuo Zhenghai's opinion, if Wei Qingxian angered the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, she might be instantly killed by it. However, Wei Qingxian didn't listen to Zhuo Zhenghai's advice. She instantly used her frost astral aspect, and an extremely cold aura spread out. Zhuo Zhenghai also rushed toward the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Yixing was too far away, and he couldn't save him in time. However, if Wei Qingxian was in danger, he still had hope of saving her. At this moment, the green-furred undead saw that the human cultivators had stopped attacking the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, and that the formation that trapped them had been broken. They quickly seized the opportunity to escape. Wei Qingxian circulated the minor reincarnation technique and activated her sovereign bloodline. A terrifying aura erupted as she struck her palm toward the dark abyss flood dragon. The cold wind whistled, and the area several hundred meters in front of her was instantly covered in frost. The temperature dropped to the extreme. An icy palm struck the dark abyss flood dragon. Visible frost covered the dark abyss flood dragon's body in the blink of an eye. All the supremacy's mouths instantly formed an O shape. They never expected Wei Qingxuan's strength to be so terrifying. Even the half-step dark abyss flood dragon was frozen with a single palm strike. However, the dark abyss flood dragon was indeed too strong. It was infinitely close to a king. Its attention was focused on Yixing, who had been blasted into the distance, so it was struck by Wei Qingxuan's palm. Roar! The dark abyss flood dragon's body was frozen. It immediately let out an angry roar, and the frost on its body shattered. Pop! There was a loud explosion as the dark abyss flood dragon's gigantic tail swept over. The air was blown apart by the force of the tail, and waves of air surged as it rushed towards Wei Qingxian. At this moment, Wei Qingxian had already struck out with her second palm. This time, the frost palm failed to freeze the dark abyss flood dragon's body and was directly dispersed by the flood dragon's tail. Wei Qingxuan's body trembled as she was hit by a terrifying recoil force. She was sent flying backward. Whoosh! The dark abyss flood dragon turned its huge head and roared at Wei Qingxian, shooting out a black water arrow. The dragon's foots. Dragon. Flood. Qingxian. At this moment, Zhuo Zhenghai's aura erupted to its peak as he charged forward. With a loud shout, he thrust his spear forward, unleashing his most powerful attack. Boom! Half of the dragon's arrow was shattered by Zhuo Zhenghai's attack. The remaining half was deflected and shot into empty space. However, the power of this arrow was indeed terrifying. Zhuo Zhenghai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. At this moment, Yixing, who had been smashed into the mountain, rushed out. Seeing the dark abyss flood dragon attacking him, he roared, "Hey!" The dark crow bow appeared in Yixing's hand. In his dragon form, Yixing easily drew the bow to a full moon, and a starlight arrow shot out. The dark abyss flood dragon swayed its body and extended a claw, destroying the starlight arrow that had changed directions 8 times. Roar! The dark abyss flood dragon roared. It turned into a huge black shadow and charged toward Yixing. After shooting the arrow, Yixing's azure cloud wings appeared on his back. Like an arrow, he flew into the distance and escaped without a trace. Yixing and the dark abyss flood dragon were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown more than 10 kilometers away. Continue hunting the green-furred monsters. Don't worry about me, it can't catch up to me. I'll be fine. Yixing's voice came from afar. Yixing! Wei Qingxian shouted anxiously. She also exploded with speed and chased after him. Zhuo Zhenghai had blood at the corner of his mouth. He had been injured after blocking the black dragon's arrow. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his injuries and the green-furred undead that were running away. He yelled, "Chase! Chase after them!" The supremacies soared into the sky and used their profound cloud wings to chase after Zhuo Zhenghai. Yixing was at the very front. Behind him was the dark abyss flood dragon, followed by Wei Qingxian, and then Zhuo Zhenghai and the other supremacies. However, as time passed, everyone's speed became apparent. Some of the 7-star supremacies obviously couldn't keep up. Zhuo Zhenghai, Wei Qingxian, and the others were slower than the dark abyss flood dragon, and the distance between them grew larger and larger. As for Yixing, he was the fastest. His wind force had already reached the level of a mid-rank king. His speed had reached the limit, and it was shocking. Even though the dark abyss flood dragon was proficient in flying, he was still much slower than Yixing. However, When the dark abyss flood dragon left the island and reached the surface of the sea, it dove downwards and directly rode on the surface of the sea. Its speed increased explosively, and it was not much slower than Yixing. It chased closely behind Yixing. Zhuo Zhenghai couldn't leave the 7-star supremacies behind to fend for themselves. He could only call out to those who were faster to stop. Wei Qingxian saw that she couldn't catch up to Yixing and the dark abyss flood dragon, so she could only give up. Yixing, you must live. You haven't left the star continent and seen the vast world. I don't want you to be just a memory in my heart. The path of martial arts is cruel, and the lifespan of the strong is long. I want to have you by my side in the future. Wei Qingxian prayed silently as she watched Yixing disappear into the horizon. Yixing had already transformed into his human form. In terms of speed, there was no difference between his human form and his dragon form. Yixing flew at high speed for several hours, but the dark abyss flood dragon was still following behind him. Although the distance between them had increased, the dark abyss flood dragon's speed was only slightly slower than Yixing's, so the distance between them was very limited. Another island appeared in front of him. Yixing didn't continue to flee and landed on the island. The dark abyss flood dragon chased after him relentlessly. As a half-step demon king, the dark abyss flood dragon's demonic energy was abundant and his stamina was abundant. Yixing couldn't compare to him. In terms of flying endurance, the dark abyss flood dragon was naturally much stronger. Therefore, if they continued to fly, Yixing would probably die from exhaustion, but the dark abyss flood dragon would still be as lively as a dragon and a tiger. This evil creature, if I don't let it suffer a little, it won't know how powerful I am. Yixing was furious from being chased. He looked at the dark abyss flood dragon with a vicious gaze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the dark abyss flood dragon had caught up to the island. Its 300-meter-long body was like a mountain ridge. The dark abyss flood dragon looked at Yixing with excitement. It looked at Yixing playfully and said, "Brat, you finally can't run anymore? He. After devouring you, this flood dragon will evolve into a dragon and become a demon king. I will be invincible in the star continent. This flood dragon king will lead the demon race to wipe out all of you humans and become the ruler of the star continent." Chapter 695. Yixing looked at the dark abyss flood dragon with disdain and said, "You stinky reptile, how dare you dream of becoming a dragon?" The dark abyss flood dragon was enraged and roared, "What did you say? How dare you call the great Lord Flood Dragon a stinky reptile? You deserve to die. Lord Flood Dragon will slowly chew you up and swallow you whole, you stinky brat." Yixing said indifferently, "If I flatter you, you won't eat me?" The dark abyss flood dragon raised his huge head and said proudly, "Brat, you have the dragon's bloodline in your body, which is greatly beneficial to Lord Flood Dragon. Lord Flood Dragon will definitely swallow you." Yixing said, "Since you're going to swallow me, why can't I call you a stinky reptile?" "Stinky reptile, this lord will also tell you that the noble dragon's bloodline isn't something a stinky reptile like you can touch. Hurry up and scram before this lord shows his might. Otherwise, I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and chop off your head to kick like a ball." The dark abyss flood dragon was too powerful. If Yixing really wanted to compete with him, he could only fight with his life on the line. To be honest, Yixing really didn't want to fight with his life on the line. It was too risky. The dark abyss flood dragon thought highly of himself and was angered by Yixing. He shouted, "Stinky brat, you've completely enraged the great Lord Flood Dragon. Originally, Lord Flood Dragon could have given you a quick death, but you've angered Lord Flood Dragon. Lord Flood Dragon will slowly play with you to death and torture you to death." With a flash of golden light, Yixing's body instantly transformed into a dragon and erupted with a terrifying might. He shouted, "Stinky reptile, since you don't know what's good for you, then come. Let's see who will win." Seeing that Yixing used the power of the dragon's bloodline, the dark abyss flood dragon's eyes shone with greed. He 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 he. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon sneered and said, "Stinky brat, your ant-like body is the one who's wasting the noble dragon's bloodline. Only the great Lord Flood Dragon can match the noble dragon's bloodline. And you, even if you have the noble dragon's bloodline, you're still as tiny as an ant in front of Lord Flood Dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a huge claw and grabbed towards Yixing's head. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was 300 meters long. Just his powerful physique alone was enough to sweep through many half-step kings. Adding on his vigorous demonic power, he was an invincible existence among half-step kings. Even if it was just an ordinary claw attack, it still contained an extremely terrifying power. Even a half-step king would find it hard to contend against it. Flood Dragon's claw attack 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 attack. Dragon Flood Dragon's claw attack Dragon's dragon. Dragon's Flood Dragon's attack. Dragon. However, Yixing had only used the 7th move of the Dragon Clan's martial arts, which belonged to the first 9 moves. But now, Yixing made a strange movement and used the 18th move. The Dragon Clan's martial arts he learned in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land would become stronger the further one went. Moreover, every 9 moves would increase in power by a large margin. The 18th move was the last move of the second 9 moves. It was also the strongest move Yixing could use right now. Yixing's strength exploded to the limit as he clenched his dragon claw into a fist and punched out. Bang! The small fist collided with the huge dragon claw, creating a loud noise that sounded like a landslide. Terrifying shockwaves instantly spread out in all directions. This island was only a dozen li in radius. Under this intense collision, the entire island shook. Especially the ground where Yixing was standing, it was as if it was cracking. The shockwaves were like blades, shaving off a thick layer of earth and rocks. Apart from the cracks on the ground, everything within a radius of a few li was clean. And a few li away, everything was in ruins. All the shaved earth and rocks were blown several li away. Yixing's dragon fist and dragon claw only lasted for 2 breaths of time. In the end, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's strength was stronger. The moment the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon used his demonic energy, another powerful shockwave blasted out and pushed Yixing back. Yixing slid back over 100 meters before stopping. His legs dragged 2 gullies on the ground as he panted heavily. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon looked at Yixing and raised his head arrogantly. The power of this punch is much stronger than the previous one. It should be your strongest attack, right? But in front of this Lord Flood Dragon, it still can't withstand a single blow. He 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 he. Stinking brat, enjoy this Lord Flood Dragon's destruction. Really, I can only fight with my life on the line. Yixing muttered. Even after using his strongest Dragon Clan martial arts, he was still pushed back by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Other than using the Burning Blood technique to forcefully increase his strength, there was no other way. Since there's no other choice, then let's explode, Burning Blood technique. Yixing roared. His eyes suddenly erupted with a blood-red radiance, revealing a dangerous and terrifying aura as his strength increased explosively. The Burning Blood technique allowed the stronger the bloodline power, the more power one would obtain. Yixing was in his dragon transformation state and was burning his divine dragon bloodline. How terrifying was his strength! Yixing knew that his divine dragon bloodline was a resource that couldn't be regenerated. Every bit he burned was a bit less, so he couldn't waste it. He had to make full use of his time. The moment Yixing's strength erupted, he charged towards the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon with bloodshot eyes. This Dark Abyss Flood Dragon had never seen the Burning Blood technique before. Seeing Yixing's exploding aura and blood-red eyes, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. This fear was instantly extinguished by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. He was a dignified half-step beast king, and the strongest half-step beast king. Unless a king appeared, almost no one could compete with him. Would Lord Flood Dragon be afraid of a stinky human like you? The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon thought to himself. He immediately swung his claw, and a surging power erupted as he clawed at Yixing. Yixing used the Dragon Clan's martial arts and punched out. Bang! Another earth-shattering explosion. However, this time, Yixing didn't move at all, while the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's huge body swayed and retreated several steps. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was shocked. The sharp pain from his claw shocked him greatly. Yixing's strength was far inferior to his just now, but now he actually exploded with power that was even stronger than his. It was simply unbelievable. Just as the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was pushed back, Yixing's figure leaped several hundred meters and rushed towards the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's head. Whoosh! The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was shocked. His body swayed, and a huge tail swept over. The blazing profound spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Yixing didn't dodge, and he stabbed with his spear. The power of the huge tail was terrifying. Coupled with the speed of Yixing's spear, the combination of the two reached a shocking level. The penetrating power of the blazing profound spear was already very strong. Coupled with the speed of the two, the penetrating power increased by several times. It directly pierced through the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's sturdy scales and stabbed into his body, penetrating more than a meter deep. The power of the huge tail was indeed terrifying. Yixing was also sent flying by the blazing blood technique, but his dragon claw firmly grasped the spear shaft. Whoosh! The blazing profound spear dragged a huge wound on the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's tail, and blood splattered all over the ground. The intense pain immediately caused the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon to howl in pain. Chapter 696. Whoosh! Not only was Yixing in his berserk state extremely powerful, but his defense was also greatly enhanced. He was sent flying 100 meters by the Dark Abyss Dragon's tail, but he didn't feel any pain and charged forward again in an instant. The Dark Abyss Dragon was still struggling due to the intense pain, but Yixing had already leaped onto its back. The Dark Abyss Dragon was shocked and hurriedly rolled away. Yixing stretched out his dragon claws and clawed fiercely, tearing off a large chunk of the Dark Abyss Dragon's scales and leaving a few bloody marks on its body. Yixing walked around the Dark Abyss Dragon's body. No matter how the latter rolled, it couldn't get off Yixing. Yixing's dragon claws dug into the Dark Abyss Dragon's body, and he quickly moved around the Dark Abyss Dragon's body. The bloody marks extended from the Dark Abyss Dragon's body to its head, spanning over 100 meters. Who knew how many scales had been scratched off, and fresh blood was flowing out? "I'm going to pull out your horn," Yixing shouted. He rode on the Dark Abyss Dragon's head and grabbed the horn with one claw, while the other claw pierced towards the root of the horn. The dragon claw pierced into the root of the horn, pulling and clenching. Yixing dug out the entire Dark Abyss Dragon's horn. It was still connected to the tendons, and fresh blood was gushing out from the wound. The pain of having its horn pulled out was much more intense than having a large wound on its tail. The Dark Abyss Dragon was in so much pain that tears flowed out. "Spare me, young master. Spare me." Yixing rode on the Dark Abyss Dragon's head, and the Dark Abyss Dragon couldn't get off Yixing no matter what. It cried out miserably and begged for mercy. Yixing knew that the Dark Abyss Dragon's vitality was very strong. Although it was in a lot of pain now, these injuries weren't fatal. Its body was too big, and Yixing couldn't cause fatal injuries to it. If he spared it now, once it recovered, the one who would die would be Yixing. "I'm going to pull out your tendons," Yixing roared angrily. One of his dragon claws dug into the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's flesh, while the other dragon claw kept scratching. First, the scales were scratched open, and soon, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Very quickly, Yixing found a dragon's tendon. With a swipe of his sharp dragon claws, he severed the dragon's tendon. Then, he grabbed the dragon's tendon and forcefully pulled it out of the dragon's body. The cramping pain was much more intense than the horn being pulled out. The dark abyss flood dragon's huge body struggled madly, creating huge trenches in the ground. Master Dragon is in so much pain. The dark abyss flood dragon let out a miserable shriek. The cramping pain almost caused its entire body to convulse. Finally, the dark abyss flood dragon gathered up the last of his strength and soared into the sky. He traversed over 5 kilometers in the sky before plunging into the pitch-black sea. After the dark abyss flood dragon entered the water, Yixing leaped into the sky, pulling out the dragon's tendon in his hand. He flew into the sky and pulled out the dragon's tendon that was nearly 300 meters long. The seawater below shook violently, setting off layers upon layers of waves. The dark abyss flood dragon was in so much pain that it rolled and struggled in the sea. When Yixing landed on the island, the blood-red light in his eyes receded. He stopped the circulation of the burning blood technique and spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack from the dark abyss flood dragon's tail earlier wasn't a fatal injury. In his berserk state, he couldn't feel it at all. However, it didn't mean that the injury didn't exist. Now that the power of the burning divine dragon bloodline had dissipated, the injury was revealed. Yixing hurriedly ate a profound healing pill and sat down to meditate and heal his injuries. Perhaps it was because of the intense battle with the dark abyss flood dragon that scared the green-haired undead, or perhaps there weren't any green-haired undead nearby, but Yixing wasn't attacked by the green-haired undead while he was healing. Nearly 2 hours later, Yixing's injuries were completely healed. The seawater had already returned to its calm state. Although Yixing's strength hadn't fully recovered, he didn't dare to stay any longer. The dark abyss flood dragon wasn't fatally injured. If it came back, it would be another big problem. Yixing took out the speed communication pearl, but he couldn't contact Wei Qingxian, Zhuo Zhenghai, and the others. The space in the Sea of Darkness prison was unstable, but the speed communication pearl used space as a medium. The more unstable the space was, the shorter the distance it could travel. In the normal space outside, a high-quality speed communication pearl could send a message over 100,000 miles away. However, in the Sea of Darkness prison, it could only send a message over 1,000 miles away. Yixing had flown at top speed for several hours. Although his speed in the Sea of Darkness prison wasn't as fast as outside, he still flew over 100,000 miles. Of course, he couldn't contact the 10th Squad. Not only that, Yixing couldn't contact any of the Dark Star sect squads. After flying for 100,000 miles, it was impossible to go back the way he came. Just now, he was focused on escaping. How could he pay attention to where he had passed through? Moreover, in the Sea of Darkness prison, other than the islands, the seawater was pitch black. It looked the same. How could he remember the route? Whoosh! Yixing soared into the sky and picked a random direction. He didn't care about anything else. He had to get away from this island first. After flying for more than 10,000 miles, Yixing stopped on an island. I've run so far. The dark abyss flood dragon won't chase after me, right? Moreover, it suffered such a big loss. It might not dare to chase after me. Yixing thought to himself. He sat cross-legged on the island and continued to recover his energy. Yixing recovered to his peak state, but no green-haired undead spirit appeared. Perhaps he had run too far. There were no green-haired undead spirits in this area. Otherwise, if a green-haired undead spirit discovered him as a 6-star venerable, it would definitely treat him as prey. In the following time, Yixing wandered around the Sea of Darkness prison, sensing the direction. The deeper he went into the Sea of Darkness prison, the more chaotic the space and the heavier the death chi. The opposite direction was naturally the edge of the Sea of Darkness prison. Yixing felt out the general direction and headed toward the edge of the Sea of Darkness prison. The next day, when Yixing was resting on an island, a green-haired undead spirit finally appeared and attacked him. The two groups of green-haired undead spirits that Yixing had encountered before were both about 20 in number. However, this time, there were more than 50 of them. More than 50 green-haired undead spirits surrounded Yixing, 6-star venerable, delicious food. The leader of this undead spirit group looked at Yixing and spoke in human language. The hair on its body was green with a hint of green. The same was true for its eyes. It seemed like it was about to evolve into a green-haired undead spirit, which was equivalent to a human half-step king. Hula! Hula! The rest of the green-haired undead spirits clapped their hands and shouted in unison. This should be undead spirit language. Yixing couldn't understand what it meant. Hee. The undead spirit leader, which was equivalent to a half-step king, let out an ear-piercing laugh. In the next instant, its figure flashed like a stream of light and charged toward Yixing facing a half-step king. Yixing didn't hesitate to activate the divine dragon essence blood and dragon form. Not much time had passed during the battle with the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon yesterday. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon had escaped by jumping into the sea, so the burning blood technique didn't consume too much divine dragon essence blood. Yixing's dragon form was still powerful. Dang! With a crisp sound, the undead spirit leader's sharp claw piercing toward Yixing's heart was blocked by Yixing's fist. Yixing's other claw pierced toward the undead spirit leader's chest. Chapter 697. How could the undead leader put Yixing, a 6-star venerable, in its eyes? It had invaded the northern netherworld continent and killed several supremacies. It killed 7-star supremacies and 8-star supremacies in an instant. Then, it would pounce on them and suck them dry in just a few dozen breaths. Therefore, when the undead leader's claws pierced towards Yixing, it opened its mouth and revealed 2 sharp teeth, biting towards Yixing's neck. In the end, the claws piercing towards Yixing's chest were blocked by Yixing, which shocked the undead leader. Yixing's sharp dragon claws pierced towards the undead leader's chest, which shocked the latter even more. Only now did it realize that the 6-star venerable in front of it was not inferior to it. The undead leader's body trembled and it quickly retreated. However, Yixing's dragon claws were even faster. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as if it had pierced a solid steel body. The undead leader's body was too sturdy. Yixing's dragon claws were so sharp that they could easily pierce through the chest of an ordinary green-furred undead. However, it only left a hole less than half an inch deep on the undead leader's body. Of course, it was impossible to dig out the corpse jade in its chest. However, Yixing's reaction speed was extremely fast. Since the undead leader was already close to him, how could Yixing allow it to escape? Taking a step forward, his figure followed closely behind the undead leader like a maggot attached to a bone. Before the undead leader could retract its claws that were piercing towards Yixing's heart, Yixing grabbed its wrist and locked it. The undead leader struggled fiercely, but Yixing's dragon claws were like iron pliers. Its wrist was locked and it could not break free. With its wrist locked, the distance between the two could not be increased. The undead leader knew that its strength was not as good as Yixing's, so it naturally knew what would happen. No matter how sturdy its body was, it could not withstand Yixing's continuous attacks. If it did not break free, the corpse jade would be dug out by Yixing sooner or later. Gurgle! The undead leader screamed. All the green-haired undead spirits suddenly went berserk. They all rushed towards Yixing, stretched out their sharp claws, and launched a storm of attacks at Yixing. Yixing used the Dragon Clan's martial arts and swung the undead leader like a weapon. The undead spirit leader's strength was equivalent to a half-step king, and it wasn't much weaker than Zhuo Zhenghai. However, it was still far from the half-step demonic beast king Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. As soon as Yixing used the Dragon Clan's martial arts, the undead spirit leader had almost no power to resist. It flew up and down in Yixing's hands, and the green-furred undead spirits that charged at it were all sent flying. Whoosh! Yixing's figure was like lightning. He pulled the undead leader and caught up with a green-haired undead. His dragon claws were like blades, instantly piercing the green-haired undead's chest. With a fierce pull, the corpse jade was pulled out. A green-haired undead was killed. The undead spirit leader was furious. One of its hands was held by Yixing's dragon claws, and it couldn't move. However, its other hand stabbed towards Yixing's eyes. Yixing pulled the undead spirit leader and swung it. At the same time, the undead spirit leader's attack was undone. Pang! The undead spirit leader had just landed on the ground when Yixing fiercely punched its head. Although the head wasn't a vital point, the violent impact still made the undead spirit leader somewhat dazed. Immediately, Yixing pulled the undead spirit leader and charged towards another green-haired undead. In the next instant, the green-haired undead in front of them died, and another corpse jade was in their hands. Yixing in his dragon transformation state was too powerful. Especially when he used the dragon clan's martial arts, his strength had multiplied, and he had greatly surpassed half-step kings. These green-haired undead were naturally not his match. The undead spirit leader's strength was equivalent to half-step kings. Originally, it could have fought a few rounds with Yixing. Even if it wasn't his match, it could have retreated. Unfortunately, it had underestimated Yixing at the beginning, and its wrist was grabbed by Yixing. Thus, its movements were restricted, and its strength was completely useless in front of Yixing. Now, the undead spirit leader's face was green with regret. However, it was useless. It could only watch as the green-haired undead died one after another under Yixing's hands. As long as the undead spirit leader had a little bit of control over its body, Yixing would immediately swing it up and use it as a weapon to attack. Otherwise, he would give it a few punches, making it dizzy and unable to control its body. It was completely unable to counterattack against Yixing. Undead spirits had a strict hierarchy. With the leader of this group in Yixing's hands, the other green-haired undead didn't dare to escape. They all madly attacked Yixing, wanting to save their leader. For Yixing, this was a great thing. If they fled in all directions, even with Yixing's strength and speed, he wouldn't be able to kill many of them. As long as they escaped into the sea, Yixing wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now, Yixing had captured their leader. None of the green-haired undead ran away. Yixing killed them one after another, obtaining corpse jades one after another. He was very happy. He couldn't wait for these green-haired undead to stay and fight to the death. Then, he would be able to obtain more than 50 profound-grade corpse jades in this battle. Moreover, there would be 5th grade and 6th grade corpse jades, which would be of great use to Yixing's future cultivation. If the undead spirit leader was killed by Yixing, the remaining green-haired undead would lose their leader and naturally escape. Yixing deliberately left the undead spirit leader alive. However, the undead spirit leader didn't care about the other green-haired undead. It only wanted the other green-haired undead to injure Yixing, giving it a chance to escape. Therefore, at the end of the battle, none of the green-haired undead were able to escape. All of them had their corpse jades dug out by Yixing. Even the 2 9th-star Venerable Lord level green-haired undead died in Yixing's hands. Their corpse jades were 6th grade profound grade. After killing all the green-haired undead, it was the undead spirit leader's turn. Under Yixing's attacks, the undead spirit leader's body was useless no matter how sturdy it was. The corpse jade in its chest was dug out by Yixing, and the undead spirit leader was dead. The corpse jade in the undead leader's chest was also a profound grade 6 corpse jade. However, both the star yuan chi and the death chi were richer than the profound grade 6 corpse jade in the chest of the green-haired undead, who was equivalent to a 9th-star Venerable Lord. While Yixing was admiring the profound grade 6 corpse jade he had dug out from the undead leader's chest, a burst of strange laughter suddenly rang out. Ehahaha. Ehahaha. This voice was clearly discovered from the undead spirit leader's body. Yixing was shocked. His body shot back dozens of meters as he vigilantly looked at the corpse of the undead spirit leader. This king knew it. Just by hiding my will in the body of a green-grade undead, I can pass through the spatial crack. This king has succeeded. This king has succeeded. Ehahaha. Ehahahahaha. A skull-shaped black chi rose from the undead spirit leader's body. Its mouth opened and closed as it let out an ear-piercing laughter. Chapter 698. As soon as Yi Xing heard the skull's black gas calling itself this king, he was shocked. This was obviously a death spirit king's spiritual will, which was attached to a half-step king's body and came to the star continent. The spiritual will of a king was too frightening. Yi Xing did not even think about it as the azure cloud wings appeared behind him. His body soared into the sky, and he decided to escape first. I smell the surging vitality, I smell the delicious blood, ah, this world is too beautiful. The skull had an intoxicated expression. When it saw Yi Xing flying into the sky, it immediately chased after him. My body, don't run. Without a body, this king can only watch and can't do anything. This body's aptitude is good, and it's already a 6-star venerable at such a young age. It's too good to be this king's body. Don't run, my body. The skull chased after Yi Xing while mumbling. Even if Yi Xing pushed his speed to the limit, the skull's speed was still much faster than him. Whoosh! Yi Xing instantly took out the black crow bow and shot an arrow. The starlight arrow instantly penetrated the skull, but it was useless. The starlight arrow seemed to have penetrated through the air and shot into the distance. And the skull chased after him without the slightest injury. In just a few breaths' time, the skull caught up with Yi Xing. Yi Xing punched out, and the fist aura directly penetrated the skull like the starlight arrow, as if the skull did not exist. In the next moment, the skull directly rushed into Yi Xing's body and appeared in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. Ehahaha. 1, 2, 3, you actually have 3 astrological signs. Good body, not only good cultivation talent, but also so many astrological signs. This king is rich, rich. The skull looked at the 3 astrological signs in Yi Xing's glabella space and laughed happily and excitedly. Deep in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows, there was a ripple. A miniature version of Yi Xing stood in the middle of this ripple. This was Yi Xing's spiritual source, his soul. All of his thoughts came from this source. The skull's empty eye sockets locked onto Yi Xing's spiritual essence and rushed over. Little guy, leave my body. Oh, no, you don't need to leave. I don't have a body now. I'm in a spiritual state. I can swallow you directly. Crack, 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 crack. The lower jaws of the skull kept biting and colliding with each other, creating a series of clashing sounds as it bit towards Yi Xing's spirit source. Who before the skull could get close to Yi Xing's spiritual source, the space around the ripple area suddenly spun and formed a black whirlpool. The black hole astrological sign that occupied half of the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows disappeared and turned into a black whirlpool, protecting Yi Xing's spiritual source. The center of the black whirlpool was very calm. Yi Xing's spiritual source was not damaged at all. In fact, Yi Xing could feel that this black whirlpool could forcefully attract the surrounding energy to its center. It had a strong devouring effect. Around the black whirlpool, there was no other energy other than the skull's spiritual energy. The black whirlpool devoured the spiritual energy, making Yi Xing's spiritual source even stronger. What the hell is this? This king's spiritual will is not under my control. Don't. This king does not want to collapse, do not want to disappear. The skull spun rapidly in the black whirlpool. Its shape was elongated and distorted, and its spiritual energy was spreading. Hera, Hera, Hera. The twisted skull suddenly chanted in the language of the dead. The elongated skull was affected by a powerful force and returned to its original shape, rushing out of the black whirlpool. Whoosh! The skull rushed out of Yi Xing's eyebrow space, rushing out of Yi Xing's body and into the distance in an instant. An ear-piercing voice came from afar, if this king can't use such an excellent body, then this king will devour you. Just you wait, this king will devour you sooner or later. Yi Xing let out a long sigh. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had the black hole astrology. Otherwise, if his spiritual source was devoured, it would be the same as his soul being destroyed. In other words, Yi Xing would truly die. Although Yi Xing's body hadn't died, it had been occupied by another spiritual body. He was already a different person. Yi Xing looked in the direction the skull disappeared, and his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in alarm, "Not good, this skull is the spiritual consciousness of a king. If it wants to possess someone, no martial artist in the Sea of Dark prison can resist it. One of them will suffer." As he thought of the martial artists in the Sea of Dark prison, one of them would definitely be possessed. However, this martial artist would have the soul of the Death Spirit King, but would also have a human body and be able to integrate into the human world. Yi Xing felt some fear. I wonder who will suffer. Please don't let it be Qingxian. Qingshuan's father is a supreme being of his generation. He shouldn't allow his daughter to be possessed. He should have left behind some method, so the one who will be possessed should be someone else. In the Sea of Dark prison, there are high lords of the Dark Star religion, the Great Yuan dynasty, and the high lords of various high-grade empires. No matter who it is, being possessed isn't a good result. But, I hope that the high lords of the Dark Star religion won't encounter this skull. No matter who you possess, I will find you in the future. Yi Xing silently thought, his eyes bursting with a resolute light. Yi Xing didn't care about the skull right now. He could only continue towards the edge of the Sea of Dark prison. Every time he arrived at a large island, Yi Xing would stop and release his cultivation, waiting for the green-furred dead spirits to come to their deaths. Yi Xing was both the perfect bait and the powerful main force. He alone could kill all the green-furred dead spirits that appeared. It had to be said that this method was very good. There were always green-furred dead spirits that sensed Yi Xing's aura and rushed towards Yi Xing like sharks that had smelled blood. Yi Xing also mastered the method to kill all the green-furred dead spirits. He had to control the leader of the group first. As long as the leader didn't die, the rest of the green-furred dead spirits wouldn't escape. In the end, they would all be killed by Yi Xing. This method was tried and tested time and time again. After several hunts, Yi Xing had more than 100 mystic corpse jades. Although most of them were low-grade mystic corpse jades, there were also many mid-grade mystic corpse jades. If Yi Xing could directly absorb these corpse jades, it would be enough for him to break through to the 9-star supremacy realm. Damn that Meng Yuansheng. He stole my star fire seed. Otherwise, I could have used the star fire seed to refine the deathly aura in the corpse jades and absorb them endlessly. Yi Xing looked at the corpse jades in his hand, but he couldn't use them. He was furious when he thought of Meng Yuansheng, the crown prince of Dayuan, who had stolen his star fire seed. Usually, the role of the star fire seed wasn't obvious. Now that Yi Xing had obtained a large number of corpse jades, the importance of the star fire seed was immediately reflected. Chapter 699. That if the star fire seed was still in Yi Xing's hands, he would have been able to break through to the 9th level of the astral reaching realm and become a 9th star venerable lord. After becoming a 9th star venerable lord, Yi Xing's strength would be enough to challenge kings. With the power to protect himself, he would be able to leave the ocean of black prison and roam the world freely. Unfortunately, the star fire seed wasn't in his hands. Meng Yuansheng. One day, you will fall into my hands. Yi Xing clenched his fists and muttered. While Yi Xing was waiting for the green-haired undead spirit to take the initiative to die on an island, the skull finally found a suitable target to possess. The skull was very sensitive to human qi and blood. It could sense them even from far away. Moreover, its flying speed was very fast. Therefore, it didn't take long for it to find other martial artists. The skull didn't care about ordinary bodies. After picking a few teams, it finally found a target. This was the second team of the Dark Star sect. There was a handsome and elegant man in the team. Not only was he handsome, but his cultivation talent was also pretty good. He was 32 years old and already an 8th-star venerable lord. This handsome and elegant man was naturally the young master of the Dark Star sect, Zhui Yupeng. When he was in the cultivation Saint Pond, Zhui Yupeng was only a little bit away from breaking through to the 8th-star venerable lord. Afterwards, he faced the wall for 3 months and went into seclusion in the reflection room to consolidate his cultivation. When he reached the ocean of black prison, he relied on the corpse jade to break through to the 8th-star venerable lord. Although a 32-year-old 8th-star venerable lord couldn't compare to Yixing's 22-year-old 6th-star venerable lord, the skull checked a few teams and found that Zhui Yupeng's aptitude was the best. The skull didn't dare to have any fantasies about Yixing naturally. Zhui Yupeng was the best target to possess. The skull silently entered the ground and arrived at Zhui Yupeng's feet, drilling into his body. In the next moment, the skull appeared in the space between Zhui Yupeng's eyebrows. A black skull suddenly appeared in the space between his eyebrows, giving Zhui Yupeng a fright. He exclaimed, "Who is it? Young sect master, what did you find?" Zhui Yupeng's exclamation made the other high lords of the second squad perk up. They looked around vigilantly. However, there was nothing around him. In the space between Zhui Yupeng's eyebrows, there was only one astrological image, which was a huge purple lightning ball. The skull laughed mischievously. Naturally, only Zhui Yupeng could hear his voice. "Don't panic, don't panic. This king has taken a fancy to your body, which is also my body in the future. Be obedient and let this king devour you. This king will keep your memories. If you have any last wishes, this king will fulfill them for you. What is it? Get out, get out." Zhui Yupeng realized that his body was about to be possessed. His face was filled with fear as he shouted. "Young hierarch. What happened to young cult master? I'm not dreaming, am I? Or sleepwalking? Young cult master didn't see him fall asleep just now. Maybe he was sleeping with his eyes open. Hurry and wake him up. Young cult master. Young cult master, wake up." The High Lord saw that Zhui Yupeng was spouting nonsense as if he was sleepwalking. 2 of them even grabbed Zhui Yupeng from the left and right and shook him. However, the skull in the space between Zhui Yupeng's eyebrows had already pounced on Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. Zhui Yupeng's attention was on the space between his eyebrows, so he couldn't care less about the others. "Ah!" Zhui Yupeng suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. The skull was too ruthless. It rushed up and bit Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. Magnetic, suddenly, lightning flashed around Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. His lightning astrological image split off a lot of electricity to protect Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. Lightning was very harmful to spiritual bodies. The skull trembled from the electricity. However, Zhui Yupeng's lightning astrological image was only at the supreme level. It couldn't be compared to Yixing's supreme black hole astrological image. Yixing's black hole astrological image used all its power to protect the spiritual origin. However, Zhui Yupeng's lightning astrological image only used part of its power to protect the spiritual origin. Therefore, although the skull was trembling from the electricity, it could still withstand it. Crack! Enduring the electric shock, the black skull rushed up and bit Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin again. How painful was it to have one's soul torn apart? Ah! Zhui Yupeng hugged his head and screamed in pain. He rolled on the ground. "Young cult master, are you okay? Young cult master." The High Lords were shocked. They were all pale. In the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows, the skull sneered. "Wouldn't it be better if you just let me swallow you? That way, you won't be in so much pain. I'll help you fulfill your last wish. If you continue to struggle, I'll slowly bite you to death. I'll make you suffer until you die. Then, I'll erase your memory." Zhui Yupeng was in so much pain that he shouted, "Okay, okay, I promise you. Give me a quick death. I only have 2 wishes. One is for Yixing to die, and the other is to overthrow the great Yuan dynasty. I want to become the new supreme king, the ruler of the Star Continent. Yixing's image flashed across Zhuo Yupeng's spiritual origin. The skull laughed mischievously and said, "So it's this guy. Huh. I also want him dead. As for becoming the ruler of the Star Continent, isn't that my goal? Kid, your ambition is pretty good, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Of course, I'll help you fulfill your last wishes. Now, give up resisting, relax, and you'll be free." The pain of his soul being torn apart had already made Zhuo Yupeng lose the courage to resist. He immediately removed the protection of the thunder astrology. Crack, now that the skull was free of its restraints, it suddenly grew larger. It opened its mouth and swallowed Zhuo Yupeng's spiritual source. Zhuo Yupeng's spiritual origin was erased. He instantly lost consciousness and his face lost its color. Young cult master. When the supremacies saw this, they were horrified. The young sect master had died for no reason at all. Just when the High Lords thought that Zhuo Yupeng was dead, Zhuo Yupeng suddenly sat up. He raised his hands and looked at them. Then, he glanced at the High Lords and looked into the distance. What a beautiful world. Zhuo Yupeng sighed. The High Lords looked at Zhuo Yupeng in surprise. The leader of the second team, Shimenhong, asked, "Young cult master, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Delicious food. Zhuo Yupeng sighed in his heart. However, he smiled and said, I'm fine. It seems that I was too tired from looking for the green-haired monsters these days. I fell asleep just now and had a nightmare. I dreamed that I was surrounded by green-haired monsters. They were tearing my flesh and blood. It gave me a fright. Fortunately, when I woke up, I realized that it was just a dream. The dream was too cruel. The real world is so beautiful and delicious. Already 700 chapters. There will be more updates today. Looking for monthly votes, go. Chapter 700. It's good that the young lord is fine. Shimenhong found it strange, but seeing that Zhuo Yupeng was fine, he didn't think too much about it. Young lord, you were too scary just now. Yes, if anything happened to the young lord, how would we explain it to the young lord? It's good that the young lord is fine. It was a false alarm. The High Lords patted their chests and let out a sigh of relief. Ha, it was just a dream. I've made a fool of myself. Zhuo Yupeng smiled. I've rested enough. Let's use the old method to lure the green-furred monster out. Young lord, do you want to rest some more? A 9-star High Lord asked. No need. I've rested well. I can't wait any longer. Zhuo Yupeng smiled brightly. If Yixing and the others could think of a method to lure the green-furred monster out, the second squad could also think of one. The others weren't suitable to be the bait. Zhuo Yupeng's cultivation wasn't high, but he was strong. He was the best choice for the bait. He wanted to obtain more corpse jades, so he took the initiative to be the bait. The members of the second squad waited here. Zhuo Yupeng flew into the sky and headed for another island 200 miles away. Once the green-furred monster was lured out, Zhuo Yupeng would inform everyone to surround and kill it. Zhuo Yupeng soon arrived at the other island. He began to chant the incantation of the undead race, spreading it out in all directions. Before long, a group of undead was summoned by the incantation and arrived at the island Zhuo Yupeng was on. The green-furred undead looked at Zhuo Yupeng from afar. They were a bit surprised and didn't dare to approach. The person who was chanting the incantation was actually a human 8-star High Lord. This puzzled them. Sito. Guguliji, Spada. When Zhuo Yupeng spoke the language of the undead, the eyes of the green-furred undead lit up. It was as if they suddenly understood something. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhuo Yupeng. Soon, a second group of undead arrived at the island. Similarly, when Zhui Yupeng spoke the language of the undead, the green-furred undead all knelt down. Not long after, another group of undead spirits arrived. Within a short period of time, 4 groups of undead spirits had rushed over after hearing Zhui Yupeng's call. Under Zhui Yupeng's command, most of the green-furred undead scattered around the mountain peaks and hid themselves. Only a small group was left to surround and attack him. Delicious food is about to be delivered to our doorstep. Zhui Yupeng muttered to himself. He licked his lips and used his communication pearl to send a message to Shimen Hong and the others. Shimen Hong led the second squad of High Lords and quickly killed their way over. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This time, there were a lot of green-furred undead. They would be able to obtain a lot of profound great corpse jades. The High Lords immediately joined the battle. Seeing that the green-furred monster didn't run away, Shimen Hong laughed loudly and said, "Young sect leader, this time we have a good harvest, ha." As he laughed, Shimen Hong rushed in front of Zhui Yupeng and blocked the attack of the undead leader. Shimen Hong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. His laughter stopped abruptly. He lowered his head and saw a treasured saber piercing through his body. The tip of the saber came out from his chest and directly pierced through his heart. At this moment, the person standing behind him was the Dark Star sect's young sect leader, Zhui Yupeng. Even though Shimen Hong was a half-step king, with his heart pierced, his life was rapidly draining away. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The rest of the High Lords hadn't seen Zhui Yupeng's action. Those who saw it were shocked, and their eyes were also filled with disbelief. The dignified young sect leader was actually waving his saber at his own people while fighting the green-furred monster. How could they believe this? "Young sect leader, what are you doing?" "Senior brother Shimen." Some High Lords screamed. At this moment, most of the High Lords who hadn't noticed Shimen Hong looked over, and they were all dumbstruck. At the same time, more and more green-furred monsters rushed out from their hiding places and pounced on the High Lords. Under the shocked gazes of the High Lords, Zhui Yupeng opened his mouth wide. In an instant, 2 long fangs grew out and bit into Shimen Hong's neck. At this moment, they realized that young sect leader Zhui Yupeng had turned into a monster and was on the same side as the green-furred monsters. However, it was already too late. There were too many green-furred monsters rushing over. While the High Lords were still in shock, they were a lot slower. They didn't even have time to send out a message before they were drowned by the green-furred monsters. The entire second team was wiped out. Shimen Hong's corpse dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short few dozen breaths, his flesh and blood were all dried up, and he turned into a human-skinned skeleton. Delicious. How could there be such delicious food in the world of death? Zhui Yupeng's face was filled with intoxication. Soon, Zhui Yupeng pounced on the corpse of another 9th star High Lord and continued to devour its flesh and blood. After sucking this 9th star High Lord dry, Zhui Yupeng burped. Touching his bloated stomach, Zhui Yupeng muttered, "This body's cultivation is still too low. It has no appetite at all. I only ate 2 and I'm already full. However, even though my cultivation is low, my improvement is fast. After digesting this flesh and blood, I should be able to reach the peak of the 8th star High Lord realm. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the 9th star High Lord realm. If I can devour the flesh and blood of a king, it shouldn't take me too long to become a king." He. After saying that, Zhui Yupeng waved his hand and the green-furred undead swarmed forward. Several green-furred undead bit on the same corpse and soon all the corpses were turned into human-skinned skeletons. "Throw them all into the sea. After that, pass on this king's order. All the undead are to hide in the depths of the Sea of Black Prison and not show themselves. After this king's human body becomes a king, I'll summon you. At that time, this king will bring you to conquer the entire star continent and raise all the humans in captivity." You can eat one whenever you want. Zhuo Yupeng ordered the green-furred undead in the language of the dead. All the green-furred undead were delighted. They knelt down and bowed to Zhuo Yupeng. Then, carrying the human-skinned skeletons on the ground, they jumped into the sea of black prison and spread out to deliver the order of the King of Dead Souls. Next, it's time to live the life of a human. The undead only know how to eat and digest. The life of a human is so colorful. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Zhuo Yupeng smiled faintly and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he made a move and made himself look very wretched, as if he had just escaped death after a great battle. Whoosh! Zhuo Yupeng soared into the sky and flew into the distance. With his perception of blood qi, it was easy for him to distinguish which direction had human martial artists. Soon, Zhuo Yupeng found a team of the Dark Star sect nearby. Help! Help me! Zhuo Yupeng shouted in horror from afar. It's the young master. The young master is injured. My God! The second team must have been severely injured. Hurry up and save the young master. The 7th update is here. The 8th update will be here too. Chapter 701. Yixing waited on the island for a long time, but the green-haired undead did not appear. Could it be that there isn't even a team of green-haired undead nearby? Yixing was surprised as he flew into the sky. After flying for thousands of miles, Yixing landed on another island. There might be green-haired undead nearby. However, after waiting for a long time, the green-haired undead still did not appear. Yixing changed his position again. After changing positions 5 times, Yixing did not lure out a single green-haired undead. How strange! Yixing muttered as he sat on a huge rock on the island. Previously, he had encountered many green-haired undead attacks. However, all of a sudden, it seemed that all of them had disappeared. Yixing's eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed that something was approaching. Yixing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and looked into the distance. He looked in the direction he sensed and a disappointed expression appeared on his face. Unlucky! Yixing muttered. It wasn't any green-haired undead that came, but a team of high lords from the Great Yuan dynasty. When Yixing was in the first team was very strong. The Great Yuan dynasty team was also quite fearful and did not dare to make a move. However, Yixing was alone now. It was obvious that if he was discovered by the Great Yuan dynasty team, he would definitely be attacked by them. Although Yixing was not afraid of them, this was the Sea of Black Prison. There were green-haired undead. Any martial artist who died in the Sea of Black Prison could become food for the green-haired undead. Yixing was unwilling to fight with them here. Moreover, the Dark Star sect leader had also instructed him to avoid the Great Yuan dynasty team as much as possible. Yixing immediately soared into the sky and flew in the opposite direction. Yixing was on an island. The group from the Great Yuan dynasty noticed him from afar. There were supremacies among them who cultivated eye techniques. They were sizing up the island and saw Yixing. Captain, there was someone on the island just now. I think it was that demon star of troubled times Yixing. Yixing was the #1 assassin of De Meng's Supreme King Indian. He was also a De Yuan King Lord, so of course he would recognize him. The Great Yuan dynasty had a lot more High Lords than the Dark Star sect. The teams they sent out all had half-step kings and 3 or 4 9-star High Lords, while the rest were all 8-star High Lords. The captain of this team was the half-step king of the Meng clan, Meng Zhongshui. Meng Zhongshui's younger brother, Meng Zhongshan, had died at the hands of Yixing in a life-and-death gambling match. Regardless of whether it was for public or private grudges, Meng Zhongshui had killed Yixing and made him the bureau chief. Encountering Yixing in the ocean of dark prison caused Meng Zhongshui's killing intent to erupt. Meng Zhongshui immediately opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and looked at the island before him. He shouted, Meng Tianfang, where is Yixing? Yi Xing's speed was extremely fast. Although Meng Zhongshui was a half-step king, his eyesight was inferior to the 9-star High Lord Meng Tianfang, who cultivated eye techniques. Meng Tianfang pointed in the direction Yi Xing had flown and said, "He ran that way." Meng Zhongshui waved his hand and said, "Chase. Yi Xing is alone. The heavens want him to fall in our hands. Kill him and the Supreme King will reward us handsomely." The High Lords cheered in unison and raised their speed to the limit, chasing after Yi Xing. At the same time, Meng Zhongshui took out the speed communication pearl and sent it to the Great Yuan Dynasty's team ahead, telling them to intercept Yi Xing. Yi Xing didn't want to meet the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists in the ocean of dark prison to avoid a life-and-death battle. However, with the pursuers behind and the obstructions in front, it was impossible for Yi Xing to escape even if he wanted to. In the end, Yi Xing was intercepted by two Great Yuan Dynasty's teams on a small island. The two teams, one in front and one behind, sandwiched Yi Xing in the middle, eyeing him covetously. The half-step king Meng Zhongshui's eyes revealed a sinister glint as he said, "Yi Xing, the heavens have sent you to our hands. Let's see where you can run now. Today, you are destined to die." Yi Xing's gaze fell on Meng Zhongshui as he said, "If we fight in the ocean of dark prison, won't we be letting those green-furred monsters take advantage of us? They will become stronger by devouring the flesh and blood of martial artists. Is this good?" Meng Zhongshui sneered, "How strong can your corpse make those green-furred monsters? Don't worry, I won't leave you with an intact corpse. I'll burn you to ashes, not even leaving behind a single trace." Yi Xing's cold gaze swept over the reverends lying on the ground as he said, "I'm talking about you guys. Don't force me to start a massacre. I don't want to kill too many people in the ocean of dark prison." "You, start a massacre?" Meng Zhongshui's voice was filled with contempt, causing the reverends to roar with laughter. The martial artists present were all high-level astral-reaching realm reverends. Moreover, they were at least 8-star reverends. The number of 9-star reverends wasn't small either, and there were even 2 half-step kings. Among these 20 reverends, at least half of them were experts on the reverend list. The strongest among them was even one of the top half-step kings. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only one person, and a mere 6-star reverend at that. How could the reverends put him in their eyes? Yi Xing's eyes squinted. His gaze condensed and gradually turned sharp. He didn't want to kill people in the ocean of dark prison, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill people in the ocean of dark prison. If the other party insisted on taking his life, then he would have no choice but to ruthlessly kill them all. "Meng Tianfang, do you have the confidence to deal with him?" Meng Zhongshui glanced at Meng Tianfang. Meng Tianfang was ranked 19 on the reverend list. There were 72 people on the reverend list. The reverends hadn't stepped into the astral sea realm yet. Even half-step kings were still considered reverends. The top 15 on the reverend list were all half-step kings. In other words, among the 9-star reverends, only 3 of them were ranked higher than Meng Tianfang. From this, it could be seen that Meng Tianfang's strength was definitely at the peak among the 9-star reverends. He was extremely close to half-step kings. Meng Tianfang smiled relaxedly, "Even if he has the strength of a 9-star reverend, I'm more than enough to deal with him." Meng Tianfang knew that when Yi Xing was a 3-star reverend, he already had the strength of a 7-star reverend. Now that he was a 6-star reverend, his strength must be even more heaven-defying. However, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone of a higher level. Reverends were all high-level astral-reaching realm experts. Every level would have a huge difference in strength. In Meng Tianfang's opinion, he had already overestimated Yi Xing's strength by judging him as a 9-star reverend. Moreover, his strength was almost unrivaled in the same realm. Of course, he had full confidence in dealing with Yi Xing. Meng Zhongshui nodded, "All right, capture him alive. I'll let him slowly taste the taste of death." The corner of Meng Tianfang's mouth raised, revealing a trace of a cruel smile. His eyelids blinked, and his eyes suddenly changed color. He walked towards Yixing. Yixing raised his hand, and the dark crow bow appeared in his hand. Without waiting for Yixing to draw the bow, Meng Tianfang's gaze sharpened. Yixing felt a sharp aura slicing towards his throat. 8th update, is it cruel enough? Please vote for me. Chapter 702. The sharp aura was a wind blade. It appeared too suddenly and was too fast. It was out of Yixing's expectation, and Yixing instantly felt the threat of death. Without any time to think, Yixing unleashed all his strength. The dark crow bow in his hand made a loud sound and a starlight ripple shot out. Yixing became one with the bow and his speed was godly. The starlight ripple appeared at an unbelievable speed and hit the wind blade that was about to cut Yixing's neck. Although the wind blade was sharp, it was not tough. It was similar to the starlight ripple and both were destroyed when they collided. Meng Tianfang exclaimed softly. Meng Tianfang thought that even if the eye of the wind blade could not decapitate Yixing, it could at least severely injure Yixing. However, he did not expect Yixing to be able to react in time and block the eye of the wind blade without suffering any damage. Swoosh! 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 3 rays of starlight shot out from Yixing's glabella into the sky. Yixing had used 3 astrological aspects at the same time. The black hole astrological aspect and the Sagittarius astrological aspect were above Yixing while the flame astrological aspect was further away. The 3 astrological aspects poured down the power of the stars. The black hole astrological aspect formed a dark world, the Sagittarius astrological aspect enhanced archery skills, and the flame astrological aspect enhanced Yixing's power. The surrounding fire origin qi gathered around his body and raged. Yixing knew that Meng Tianfang's strength was terrifying from the first exchange. If he did not use his dragon form, he would have to use his full strength. The 3 astrological aspects bloomed and Yixing instantly pulled the dark crow bow into a full moon. In the blink of an eye, a starlight arrow was formed. Yixing's archery skills were profound and his one with the bow had reached the 2nd level. The power of his archery skills was already terrifying. With the addition of the Sagittarius astrological aspect, all the 9 star supremacies present felt their hearts skip a beat. Meng Tianfang also felt the same and was shocked. Yixing's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. He was able to threaten his life. Wind blade spiral. Meng Tianfang shouted as a vortex of wind seemed to gather in his eyes. He then glared at Yixing fiercely. At the same time, Meng Tianfang took a step forward. While he cast an eye technique in his eyes, he also unleashed a middle-grade Xian martial saber. A middle-grade Xian martial saber slashed at Yixing, kill. Yixing shouted as the starlight arrow left the bowstring and shot toward Meng Tianfang's saber. As soon as the starlight arrow left the bowstring, Yixing pulled the bowstring back and released it. His speed was extremely fast, and a starlight ripple shot out. Its speed was not any slower than the starlight arrow's speed. The rapidly spinning wind blade was struck by the starlight ripple. At the same time, the starlight arrow collided with Meng Tianfang's blade aura. Explosions sounded at the same time. Meng Tianfang was slightly shocked and took a step back. He was shocked. He had not expected Yixing's archery skills to be so powerful. However, although he had lost to Yixing in a head-on fight, his eye technique had turned the tables. The wind blade spiral was the most terrifying skill of the wind blade eye technique. Even though the starlight ripple that Yixing shot out was much sharper than before, it was unable to split the spinning wind blade apart. It only slowed down the speed of the wind blade slightly. 9th Heaven God's travel technique. Yixing activated the force of wind to the extreme. His body was like a ray of light as he dodged Meng Tianfang's eye technique attack. He pulled the Wu Xian bow into a full moon again and shot a starlight arrow at Meng Tianfang. Meng Tianfang's gaze followed Yixing's movements. No matter how fast Yi Xing moved, he could not be faster than Meng Tianfang's gaze. The spinning wind blade followed closely behind Yi Xing. Meng Tianfang's eye technique was powerful, but he was also very wary of Yi Xing's archery skills. He immediately dodged the arrow. The starlight arrow's direction of attack changed according to Meng Tianfang's movements. Meng Tianfang dodged 8 times in the blink of an eye, but the starlight arrow still caught up with him. He had no choice but to use his blade to block it. He used his blade in a hurry, but the power of the starlight arrow did not decrease at all. The dark weapon blade hit the starlight arrow and a terrifying shockwave exploded. Meng Tianfang's body shook and he retreated continuously with a shocked expression. Meng Tianfang's gaze was still locked on Yi Xing. The spinning wind blade was like a maggot that had fallen into a bone. No matter how fast Yi Xing moved, it followed him closely. To Meng Tianfang's disappointment. Bang! There was a loud bang. The black profound bow in Yi Xing's hands was simply too nimble. It was as if it was part of his arm. Yi Xing had just shot out an arrow, and at the critical moment, he pulled the bowstring once more. Starlight ripples shot out. The spinning wind blade that was about to catch up with Yi Xing was hit by the starlight ripple. It slowed down instantly and distanced itself from Yi Xing again. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing, who was moving like a shooting star, shot another arrow at Meng Tianfang. Arrow after arrow, Yi Xing's aura became stronger with every arrow he shot. The power of each arrow was stronger than the previous one. The reason why Meng Tianfang could be ranked 19th on the list of supremacies and become one of the most powerful 9-star supremacies was because of the combination of his eye technique and his martial arts skills. It was impossible to defend against his attacks. However, the combination of Meng Tianfang's eye technique and martial arts skills did not have much effect in front of Yi Xing. The bow and arrow were too flexible in Yi Xing's hands, and the speed of his attacks was too fast. Meng Tianfang's eye technique was useless. Apart from the enhancement of his eye technique, Meng Tianfang's abilities were only slightly above average among the 9-star supremacies. It was incomparable to the power of Yi Xing's archery skills. Meng Tianfang could not block the third arrow. Although he slashed with his saber at lightning speed and caused the starlight arrow to change its direction slightly, the starlight arrow still hit his body. With a thud, Meng Tianfang's shoulder was hit by the arrow, and his body was blasted several miles away by the starlight arrow. Meng Tianfang was injured and could not control his body. The wind blade eye technique could not lock onto Yi Xing anymore, and the spinning wind blade that was attacking Yi Xing collapsed on its own. In the next instant, Yi Xing pulled the bowstring again, and the starlight arrow appeared and locked onto Meng Tianfang, who was several miles away. Whoosh! The void shook as Meng Zhongshui in the distance suddenly attacked. A 30-meter wide water ball shot toward Yi Xing like a cannonball. The water ball was extremely fast and contained a terrifying power. Yi Xing did not dare to face it head-on and instantly dodged. He locked onto Meng Tianfang's arrow and did not shoot it. Yi Xing, your strength is still so heaven-defying. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. Looks like I have to take action myself. Meng Zhongshui shouted coldly. Although these words seemed to be praising Yi Xing, they were actually filled with killing intent. Meng Zhongshui, you are ranked 6th on the supremacy list. Don't fail to capture a 6-star supremacy. That would be too shameful for my great Yuan dynasty. The half-step king in the opposing team laughed lightly. Today is the first day of the new house renovation. I'm exhausted. That's all for this chapter. There will be more tomorrow. Chapter 703. He was also a half-step king of the Meng clan, and his name was Meng Qi. The Meng royal family was a large family with many branches. Not every Meng family warrior had a harmonious relationship with each other. Between them, there was competition and conflict. There were even some who had enmity. Meng Qi's branch had enmity with Meng Zhongshui's branch, and there was a huge conflict between the two. Meng Qi was ranked second on the supremacy list, even higher than Meng Zhongshui. Just based on this point, Meng Qi always placed himself in a higher position in front of Meng Zhongshui. Meng Zhongshui coldly glanced at Meng Qi and said, "Meng Qi, shut your crow's mouth. You think I, Meng Zhongshui, can't capture a mere 6-star venerable? Ridiculous." Meng Qi sneered and said, "Then I'll watch from here. If you can't do it, don't expect me to save you. But don't worry, if you die, I'll avenge you and slaughter this little bastard." He. Yixing coldly glanced at Meng Qi. This person gave him a feeling that he was even stronger than Dark Star Cult's Zhuo Zhenghai. And Zhuo Zhenghai was the strongest half-step king of the Dark Star Cult. It seemed that Meng Qi was the true enemy. Meng Zhongshui coldly snorted and ignored Meng Qi. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Meng Zhongshui had used his astrology, and it was an extreme water attribute astrology. The water yuan qi in the universe was attracted by Meng Zhongshui and gathered around him like a small river flowing around him. Meng Zhongshui raised his hands and grabbed at his chest. A large amount of water yuan qi condensed between his palms, turning into a surging water ball. Yixing could feel that this small water ball contained a surging power. Once it lost Meng Zhongshui's control, it would definitely explode and produce a shocking might. Such might was something that few half-step kings could resist. Golden dragon scales appeared around Yixing's body, and Yixing instantly dragonized. Meng Zhongshui's strength was a whole level higher than Meng Tianfang's. Yixing had used his full strength to kill Meng Tianfang. If he didn't dragonize, he wouldn't be Meng Zhongshui's match. Hu Yixing had just dragonized when Meng Zhongshui's water ball had already blasted over. With a flash of golden light, Yixing dodged instantly. The water ball exploded where Yixing had been standing. Boom! The explosion created a huge crater in the ground. The exploding water ball created a terrifying shockwave that turned into water arrows that shot out in all directions. The speed at which the water arrow exploded was too fast. Even though Yixing had already dodged several hundred meters away, it still caught up to him in an instant. Yixing waved his golden dragon claws and destroyed all the water arrows that shot at him. If it wasn't for the power of the water ball's explosion, these water arrows were nothing to Yixing. Who in the blink of an eye, Meng Zhongshui condensed another water ball, and with a push of his palms, he blasted it over. Meng Zhongshui's attainments in water momentum were extremely high. Moreover, his control over water yuan qi was even more miraculous. Although it was only a single water martial skill, it was extremely powerful, and it was hard to find a match in the same realm. As the saying went, quality was more important than quantity. Many half-step kings cultivated many kinds of martial skills, but none of them were Meng Zhongshui's match. Yixing's countermeasure was still to dodge. His speed exploded, and he dodged the water ball's direct attack. As for the water arrows after the water ball exploded, they couldn't threaten him and were easily destroyed. Boom 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 boom, one after another, water balls shot at Yixing like cannonballs and exploded. Craters appeared on the ground one after another, and it was a scene of devastation. Yixing originally wanted to use dodging to make Meng Zhongshui's attacks futile, and then counterattack when Meng Zhongshui's stamina was exhausted. However, Meng Zhongshui's attacks became faster and faster, and the might of the water balls increased instead of decreasing. Let's see how long you can dodge. Water Dao's power lasts for a long time, and the water yuan qi in this ocean of black prison is even more abundant. No matter how you dodge, you'll still die under my water explosion mysterious art, huh? Meng Zhongshui loudly roared. Seeing Yixing being forced to dodge everywhere by the water balls, he was extremely happy. He's right. Seems like there's no need to wait any longer. Yixing said inwardly. Who another water ball shot over. This time, Yixing didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he rushed forward and punched out, facing the water ball head-on. Bang! Dragon fist collided with the water ball, and it instantly exploded. Yixing felt a frightening impact, and his body shook as he retreated several steps. Meng Zhongshui's expression was slightly surprised. He was very clear on how frightening his water ball attack was. Yixing had faced it head-on, yet he had only retreated a few steps. His strength was already at the peak of half-step kings. However, he's still a bit lacking compared to me. Meng Qi wants to laugh at me? No way. Meng Zhongshui sneered inwardly. The water yuan qi in all directions was inexhaustible. He grabbed with both hands and condensed another berserk water ball, shooting it at Yixing. Yixing could barely withstand the first head-on collision, but Meng Zhongshui didn't believe that Yixing could withstand the second one. Meng Zhongshui, on the other hand, could continuously blast out a third, a fourth, or even hundreds of water balls. Dragon Race Martial Arts, first move. Facing the water ball shooting over, Yixing knew that he couldn't block it. He immediately used Dragon Race Martial Arts, and a frightening power gushed out of his body, increasing his strength by several folds. Bang! Yixing punched out, and the water ball instantly exploded. A frightening shockwave spread out, but Yixing didn't retreat half a step. What Meng Zhongshui was horrified. Yixing's strength had suddenly increased by another level. It was beyond his expectations. The High Lords watching the battle were also shocked. It was hard to imagine that a 6-star venerable could erupt with such power. It was appalling. Even Meng Qi, who was ranked second on the High Lords list, showed a trace of surprise. His eyes narrowed. Why don't you try taking a punch from me? Yixing smashed the water ball with his fist, then changed his stance and shouted loudly. Yixing had already practiced Dragon Race martial arts to an extremely proficient level. He could change his moves as he pleased. In an instant, he changed from the first move to the 9th move. Bang! Yixing punched out, and a shockwave spread out in the air. With a loud explosion, a bright golden light rushed towards Meng Zhongshui. Die for me. Meng Zhongshui saw that Yixing still had the strength to counterattack. It was very likely that he would be mocked by Meng Qi. He was furious and roared. A huge amount of star power fell from the water star form, and the surrounding water yuan qi shook. Meng Zhongshui pushed his strength to the limit, condensing a huge water ball, and blasted it towards Yixing. In less than a blink of an eye, the water ball collided with Yixing's golden dragon fist. Bang! The explosion shook heaven and earth. The water ball exploded in all directions, but the golden light passed through it. Not good. Meng Zhongshui's pupils shrank. The power of Yixing's punch was much stronger than the previous one. The water ball's explosion couldn't block Yixing's punch at all. Bang! The golden dragon fist instantly arrived in front of Meng Zhongshui and hit his chest. Meng Zhongshui was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 704. The power of Yixing's punch was too terrifying. Meng Zhongshui flew several miles away before falling to the ground. Meng Zhongshui spat out blood. His internal organs had been shattered by Yixing's punch. He had suffered a fatal injury. Captain. Meng Zhongshui's team members were horrified. They quickly rushed toward Meng Zhongshui, who was several miles away. Whoosh! Yixing was about to end Meng Zhongshui's life when a fiery red figure appeared in front of him. This person was stepping on the void. His whole body was covered in raging flames. An extremely high-level flame star floated in the sky. It was the captain of the other team, Meng Qi. It seemed that Meng Qi was proficient in the power of fire. Meng Qi was in a good mood after Meng Zhongshui suffered a fatal injury. He smiled faintly and said, "Little bastard, you taught Meng Zhongshui a lesson. This is good and somewhat beyond my expectations. However, I have to tell you that you still have to die. Only death awaits those who make an enemy of the great Yuan dynasty." Yixing's gaze focused on Meng Qi, revealing his killing intent. Although Meng Zhongshui wanted to kill Yixing, at least Meng Zhongshui respected Yixing as his opponent and would not insult Yixing verbally. As for Meng Qi, this was the first time Yi Xing had met him. Meng Qi kept calling him a little bastard. Yi Xing had a name. Everyone in the Star Continent knew Yi Xing's name. It was impossible for Meng Qi not to know. Yi Xing did not want to waste his breath on a person who did not even call him by his name and directly called him a bastard. What he needed to do was to kill him. Make him shut his mouth forever. Boom, Yi Xing punched out. It was still the 9th move of the Dragon Clan's martial arts. There was an explosion in the void. The golden fist aura carried impact ripples as it blasted toward Meng Qi. Yi Xing's action was within Meng Qi's expectations. He sneered, "Fire Dragon's 8 skills." Meng Qi's palms formed into claws. He lifted and clawed. Surging fire Yuan Qi gathered under his claws to form a roaring fire dragon. This flaming dragon was vivid and lifelike. Raging flames raged around it, and its might was shocking. The flame dragon followed the momentum of Meng Qi's claw and charged forward, colliding with Yi Xing's golden fist aura. Boom! After a loud explosion, the flaming dragon paused. Flaming scales on its body splashed everywhere. Yi Xing's body also trembled as he felt a terrifying force coming at him. He retreated dozens of meters. Meng Qi was indeed much stronger than Meng Qi Shui. He definitely deserved to be ranked 2nd on the sovereign list. Although the Honorable Lord list only included the Honorable Lords of the Daiyuan dynasty, those who were ranked high on the Honorable Lord list were definitely among the top of the Honorable Lords in the entire Star Land. For example, the Dark Star cult's strongest half-step king, Zhuo Zhenghai, was only ranked 5th or 6th on the Reverend list. After all, the Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Land. It had too many honorable lords. To be able to stand out from the many honorable lords and be listed on the honorable lord list was a reflection of one's strength. Since Meng Qi was ranked 2nd on the honorable lord list, his strength could be imagined. Hee. I'm not on the same level as that trash Meng Qi Shui. Little bastard, that was just the most ordinary move of the Flaming Dragon 8 arts. Try and take another move from me. Twin Dragon Roar. Meng Qi sneered and shouted. His hands formed into claws as a sea of fire Yuan Qi gathered. Under each of his claws, a flaming dragon was formed. The flaming dragons were controlled by Meng Qi. They both roared and rushed out at the same time, attacking Yi Xing from the left and right. Just one flaming dragon was enough to force Yi Xing back. Now that 2 flaming dragons were attacking at the same time, their power could be imagined. The first 9 moves of the dragon race martial arts couldn't be blocked. I must go all out and fight. Yi Xing thought. Dragon race martial arts, the 16th move. The dragon race martial arts had 81 moves. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Moreover, after every 9 moves, the power would increase greatly. The power of the 9th move was already very different from the 10th move, not to mention the 16th move, which was much stronger than the 10th move. Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Xing's body. He threw out 2 punches to meet the 2 flaming dragons attacking from the left and right. 2 explosions sounded at the same time. The 2 flaming dragons collapsed under Yi Xing's punches, turning into splashes of flames. Although the flaming dragons were lifelike, they were not real flaming dragons. They were formed from flaming astral energy and fire Yuan Qi. Once they received an attack that exceeded their limit, they would collapse. Meng Qi's eyes revealed a look of shock. Yi Xing's strength had increased by another level. This was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, Meng Qi had lost his composure. Yi Xing always made others think that his strength had reached its limit and that he had used all his trump cards. In the next moment, his strength would increase greatly. The feeling he gave others was as if there was no end to it. He was like a deep, unfathomable pool of water. Meng Qi was shocked. Yi Xing's attack did not stop at all. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, his strength increased. He used the 17th move to attack Meng Qi. The golden dragon fist collapsed the void, forming a black collapsed area. It carried a terrifying power as it blasted towards Meng Qi. Meng Qi's mind shook. He used the 8 arts of Flame Dragon. He controlled 2 flaming dragons to block Yixing. Boom! Boom! The 2 flaming dragon fists were destroyed. Yixing's fist strength was still terrifying. It shook Meng Qi and forced him to retreat. The 18th move. Yixing's fist changed. Its power increased. His strength was even more terrifying. He used the strongest move he could currently use. Meng Qi still used the 8 arts of Flame Dragon to block. The 2 flaming dragons roared and surged out, colliding with the golden dragon fists. Boom! The 2 flaming dragon fists were instantly destroyed. The terrifying fist strength struck Meng Qi's body. Meng Qi's body was blown away, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The hearts of the spectating High Lords twitched. Meng Qi was ranked 2nd on the High Lords list. Yet, he was beaten to the point of spurting out blood by Yixing. This was too hard to believe. The High Lords were dumbfounded. Ah! Meng Qi fell several hundred meters away. The flames around his body surged as he roared in anger. Little bastard, you dare to injure me? I'm going to turn you into ashes today. Turn you into ashes. Meng Qi used the ultimate secret art of the 8 arts of Flame Dragon. The surrounding fire Yuan Qi turned into flaming dragons and drilled into his body. Soon, numerous flaming dragon heads appeared. There were a total of 8 dragon heads on either side of Meng Qi's head. It seemed like Meng Qi had 9 heads. The ultimate secret art of the 8 arts of Flame Dragon consumed a terrifying amount of energy each time it was used. Meng Qi had to ignite his astral energy to support it. In this state, he could fight to a draw with the number 1 on the High Lords list. This was the ultimate battle strength of a half-step king. Yixing had seen the half-step beast king Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Meng Qi's current strength was extremely close to the Flood Dragons. Yixing wasn't surprised at all. Burning Blood Law. Yixing also used his final trump card. His strength once again rose.